Everybody. I will now call to order the study session meeting of January 6, 2025. Members of the public are invited to attend in-person city council meetings in council chambers on the lower level of City Hall. Public access to tonight's meeting is also available on the city's YouTube channel online and by telephone using the numbers posted on the meeting agenda. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Leidy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Luke Manhero-Massa.
Here.
Councilmember Burns. Here. Councilmember Jaramillo.
Here.
Councilmember Kondo.
Here.
Councilmember Roper. Here. Councilmember Goff.
Here.
Councilmember Nowicki.
Here.
And Councilmember Walker will be absent.
Thank you. So we have 3 items on the agenda tonight. The first one is the Section 36 sub-area plan. So I'd like to welcome our director, you coming on up, of Planning and Development, Brooks Svoboda. He will introduce this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and Happy New Year. I'm here to introduce this item tonight. This is our kickoff conversation with City Council on Section 36. We have Blake and Ines here from Kimley Horn that are going to walk you through the presentation. Really what we're just trying to do is to tee up this project with you guys and let you know what we've done so far and what our process is up to date and where we're heading. So with that, I will hand it over to Blake.
Thank you, Brooke, and hello, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Blake Young. I'm with Kimley Horn, and I will be the project manager for the Section 36 sub-area plan. We can go to the next slide. So a little background about the Section 36 area. In the 2023 comprehensive plan, there were some areas of focus identified, a list of about a dozen areas of focus to help guide the redevelopment efforts and refine the future land uses of these areas. The Section 36 sub-area was the top priority on that list. And a few things, a few goals for the Section 36 sub-area plan that we wanted to focus on is providing an opportunity to establish the vision and the goals for this, for the future development of this area, and working with stakeholders in the community to refine those visions and goals to make sure we're really reflecting what the community is looking for. And this will ultimately provide a really clear path for developers in the future and give them an idea of what is allowed and what the city and what the community is really looking for in this area. And so a few goals that we wanted to focus on is improving connectivity, encourage sustainable development, and encourage the strength of the economic development and vitality of the city. Some community engagement efforts that we've held so far. The first open house was held in September. We have an ongoing questionnaire that'll run through this process. And then a handful of stakeholder meetings, including the North Metro Fire Rescue District, the Planning Commission meeting, the City and County of Broomfield, and the City of Thornton. These stakeholder meetings were really to understand what the adjacent jurisdictions and municipalities' vision were for their communities and how that reflects and affects the vision for the Section 36 area. And with the sub-area plan, we really want to base the vision and the goals within the comprehensive plan that was adopted in 2023. And so 2 of the main goals that we wanted to focus on were the land use goals and the transportation goals that will really help guide the initial process for developing the framework of the Section 36 sub-area plan. For the land use goals, supporting effective development and redevelopment practices within these areas of focus was really the main, the first goal for that. So we really wanted to make sure that we're harping on that goal and making sure that we don't lose sight of that through this process. And then for the transportation goals is really just in improving and enhancing the transportation and connectivity, not only within the Section 36 sub-area plan, but also outside of it, to make sure that we're being good neighbors to Thornton and the city and county of Broomfield. So when the comprehensive plan was adopted, the 2019 and 2023 strategic plan was in place. And just as good planning principles, we want to make sure that none of these principles and goals get lost in the process as we start moving forward, and we're not recreating the wheel as we do so. And so really wanting to focus on infrastructure and community engagement and business retention and growth through this process. So the Section 36 sub-area plan, or sub-area, is located on the border of Weld County and Adams County, just north of Thornton, just east of the city and county of Broomfield. And it's lies just north of 168th. So the section consists of 5 owners. The majority owner is the city of North Glen at 464 acres. North Metro Fire is to the north at 14 acres, and Anadarko is to the northeast at 134 acres. There is a small LLC that owns some residential properties to the southeast, and then RTD owns the railroad right-of-way going through the site. The current land uses out there today are pretty minimal. It's agricultural for now, and then public facilities where the water wastewater facility is, and the fire district, with residential on that southeast corner. Under the comprehensive plan, the guidance is mostly for industrial and commercial for the developable areas. Outside of the developable areas is the public facilities, that is mostly the water wastewater treatment facilities, but the vast majority of the site is slated for industrial/commercial, and we really wanted to get your guidance on what your all's vision will be for the future, and what kind of industrial or commercial uses you would like to see. And so our first question for you today is to understand what your goals and vision is for this for the sub-area plan. And then if there are any land uses that you would not like to see in the area, and then what would you see would be your biggest constraints moving forward? And so here are some options that we threw together. So commercial, renewable energy, storage, light industrial or flex space, warehouse, or distribution. And I'll hand it over to you, Mayor, and you can take us from here.
So can I ask a quick question? So I know you have these questions for us, but I see, based on the timeline, that, or have we done the market study?
We have started it, but it's essentially just an existing conditions portion for now, and we'll
Okay.
continue with that market study once we develop the vision and goals to understand which sectors that we're looking at, and then how that will incorporate and affect the developable area of the sub-area plan.
Okay,
So it's an ongoing process.
yeah. So I guess I'm trying to better understand what we can offer with these constraints. Like, we can kind of spitball some things tonight, but if we have big visions for something that isn't feasible, I'm just wondering about the timeline of tonight's conversation.
So we will take what we hear today and develop the vision and goals, and we will use that as sort of the framework and the foundation for illustrating the the alternatives. So we will have two alternatives that will hopefully meet the vision and goals, but in different ways, and then weigh that against the market study and understand what the fiscal impacts would be with those land uses, and then go back to the community, get additional feedback to you all, or from you all and the Planning Commission and the residents, and then use that information to then create a preferred alternative.
Okay. And this is Weld County, correct?
So this is Weld County, and it's right on the edge. And so right now, Thornton owns the right-of-way of 168th.
Okay.
And so they will be a key stakeholder in making sure that access to and from the site is appropriate for the land uses that we're proposing.
Okay. So in the stakeholder meetings that were held this fall, did you meet with Weld County?
We did. Well, no, we haven't. We haven't yet. Sorry, I misspoke.
Okay, is that planned?
I believe so. And do we have a date for that? We don't.
In the stakeholder meetings specifically, the neighbors and North Metro Fire, did they go through a similar exercise and answer those questions? Do we have that information?
So right now, the city and county of Broomfield is going through a similar process, a similar sub-area plan process for the western portion of our sub-area plan.
Okay.
So that is, I believe that project has been released through an RFP process, but they haven't selected a consultant for that yet, I don't believe. And so that is just getting kicked off. And then for the south within Thornton, there aren't any development applications or any sub-area plans that have been adopted. It has just been assumed that residential will be south of 168th.
Got it. Okay. All right. Councilmember Nowicki?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for being here tonight for
Yep.
your presentation. As far as, so having been out to that area, I think it's kind of tough because the wastewater treatment facility's out there. I mean, there was a reason that old-timey homes put the bathroom way out in the backyard. So, you know, that's kind of the situation we have here. I think as far as the goals and vision for the sub-area plan, my primary goal is to protect the wastewater treatment facility. So
Okay.
anything that jeopardizes that would be a no-go for me. As far as, are there any uses that should not be located within the sub-area? I don't think, well, it goes without saying residential is not gonna work. I mean, we, to the point where when we get complaints from residents, we have agreed to kind of field them to Thornton.
So right now, there is a settlement agreement that prohibits residential development within this area.
Okay, perfect. I would say commercial is probably not gonna work because frankly, it stinks out there.
Yeah.
And then I did like your proposals around the idea of kind of renewable energy, like storage facility might work. Kind of
Okay.
Storage, warehouse. When I was out there, kind of thinking more like warehouse distribution
Okay.
is what would probably work out there. But again, anything that jeopardizes kind of the health and safety of the wastewater treatment facility.
Absolutely.
Going on over there, I would want to avoid. The biggest constraints, I think, number one, obviously the wastewater treatment facility creates a constraint. And it's a non-contiguous part of Northland. It's challenging, kind of incorporated into, to feel like it's a part of Northland.
Yeah.
So, yeah, those are my thoughts on it, so.
Thank you. So you're saying the cold stone wouldn't be good?
Yeah.
Councilmember Goff?
Thank you, Mayor. So without knowing what this, market study or analysis is going to show us, I mean, obviously, we want something that's going to be successful and not hindering the wastewater treatment plant in any way. But I think the other thing is, to make sure it doesn't have real heavy traffic load, and I know we're going to be talking to Thornton and other, the other entities about making sure that that is appropriate, as you said, but I just think some kind of, light industrial is going to be the best fit for out there. And then my question about the residential is that originally there's, as you said, there's a little bit of residential property there, but like on this comprehensive plan map, it's gone. So what's happening with it?
So I believe they have agreed to sell, correct?
You're talking about the residential corner? Yeah, so
Yes, thank you.
hi, Becky Smith, Planning Manager. Those residential properties, I don't believe are currently occupied. It was purchased by an investment group that are interested in developing the site with something else, potentially partnering with the city on some options. And it is zoned agriculture, so those houses were put there as part of agricultural properties when they were constructed. So it's not a residential zoning, it's just a residential use.
Okay, so we don't have to do any special rezoning or anything like that for that?
Not unless our comprehensive plan says that we are hoping to do something industrial. And then if the owner at that time wants to pursue an industrial use, they would have to rezone from agriculture to industrial.
Gotcha. All right. I think that, the only other comment that I wanted to make is I did like the idea of solar, some kind of solar farm. I know it's been discussed in the past, but whether that's on the roofs of buildings or it's just something that is going to be generating energy for the city, I like that idea.
Okay.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My colleagues, he took all my comments, but that's great. I'm glad we're on the same page here. One question I did have is Anadarko going to be working with RTD and the N-line expansion? And have you been in conversations with them?
So it's our understanding now that the end of line or the future end of line would occur south of 168th, so it would not go through. Although they do own that land, there are no plans for a rail line or station to go through the Section 36.
Okay, where will the end of the line be for the N-line?
It's undetermined for now, so it would be hard to say, but I know I believe it's between 160th and 168th.
Okay, so just south of there. Maybe there's something we could do to accommodate the end of the line, such as, I could imagine these commercial businesses you show, like we mentioned Cold Stone, it's featured on here. I don't think people are gonna go out there to get a scoop of ice cream and hang out, but, yeah, that's really the question I had. I didn't realize the end of the line was gonna be south of there, so, thank you for that.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sort of on the same page of everyone else. Like, I would love to see what the market study comes back for. Just very interested, because I assume it would have to be renewable energy or warehouse distribution, flex space situation out there. So, yeah, I'm interested to see what the market report comes back with, and yeah, I mean, not a lot of people want to live by a wastewater treatment plant, so, yep. That's it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that information. Yeah, I think I agree with my colleagues at this point, everything that's been said. I also kind of want to see what the fiscal impacts would be, so it's kind of hard to say like what your goals and visions are for the sub-area without that kind of missing key piece of information. But with that being said, agree that spaces that should not be located, definitely not commercial. I don't think that's a good fit. Constraints being, yes, the wastewater treatment plant, but also the location, I think, is a little bit rough for something like that. So I'm not a huge fan of storage units, but if that's what the market study says is great there, then so be it. Love the idea of renewable energy, light industrial, flex space, warehouse, distribution, I feel are all appropriate, and I think in the conversations that we've had in the past, can see those as being a good fit, if you're thinking about the vision.
Yeah.
But yeah, just want to see more information on what fiscal impacts could be, so.
And we can do a side-by-side analysis of whether it's a per acre analysis between, say, storage or renewable energy like solar, and what kind of revenue that would bring to the city. And that'll be essentially in the next step. We wanted to make sure that we don't go too far without bringing you all in on the loop and making sure that we're not missing a step. You know, as a planner, we all get excited about these plans and want to make sure that, you know, we incorporate the community's feedback, including councils, and being good stewards of the community is our first priority. But being able to take that fiscal impact analysis and the next step of the planning process will help kind of take the initial vision and goals and then compare that with the financial, the economic impacts, and then select a preferred alternative from there. And so for next steps, like I said, we'll be developing the goals and the vision in January, conducting the market study from currently now and then until next month, and then developing the land use scenarios and options within that same period of time. And the stars indicate the engagement between City Council and Planning Commission. And then from there, we'll establish the implementation strategy at the very end, and then finally plan adoption.
Can I ask a question about the land use scenario options? So do you have the ability to go back to page 10? So I'm looking at almost. Two more. So I'm looking at this slide with who owns what. And then when you fast forward 2 slides and you look at the change, right? I think that's where where did residential question come up? But also, when we're talking about options in the future, are we talking about, like, do we keep it or do we sell it to a developer?
And that could be very well on the table. You know, I think, you know, right now we don't have the information to give to you all for you all to make an informed decision. But I think at the end of this process, that will be one of the questions that will need to be answered. And so when we develop the land use scenarios, that will give you a really clear picture on what the implications are of the land uses and which route you want to go down. And then if that means selling to a developer, and if that's in the best, you know, everyone's best interest, then that's definitely a possibility. There are possibilities. We've seen interest on storage units out there. We've seen interest on solar farms. So right now, we just wanted to make sure we're not jumping 4 steps ahead before we chat with you all and really develop that vision and goals and make sure that it's really founded in the comprehensive plan and the strategic plan, so we don't sort of lose track of those initial foundational items.
Okay. Can you go 2 slides forward? So this next one, it appears to me that decisions were made. And so can you explain this particular graph to me? Because all of the blue is industrial or commercial. Does it all get sold to whoever owns it now?
So this was adopted in the comprehensive plan. This is reflected in the process in the 2023 comprehensive plan.
Right.
And the comprehensive plan is really a guiding document. It's not regulatory. It's there to help provide guidance for elected officials like yourselves to make decisions on the zoning code in the future.
Okay.
And so we are at the point right now where the comprehensive plan also identified this area as an area of focus. So we're going into a little bit more detail to sort of work this out. This graph is essentially your litmus test of this is what we've heard from the community. This is what our recommendation is with the limited information that we have at the time. And then the sub-area plan process is really to dive a little bit deeper in the specifics of the outcomes of the land uses and what those would look like.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out if, and I guess it's coming in future meetings, talking about if we're buying land from someone else or if we're selling land, if we're going to use it ourselves. If we talked about, because I also am in favor of the solar farm, but do municipalities ever run their own? Or do
So
they sell the land and other people do it?
Typically, they would lease the land, and you would have a lease agreement with a solar company, and then you would generate revenue and energy through that sort of lease agreement.
Okay.
And so that would be negotiated through that process. But we can, with our solar team at Kimley Horn, we can provide sort of a back of the napkin idea of what that revenue would look like on a per acre basis. So there's 640 acres, roughly 400 acres, or 350 acres are developable. And so within those 300, that developable space, that's really what we'll have to work with. And understanding, the dollar per square foot for industrial and what revenue that will be generating comparative to the same acreage for solar farms. I think that's really the question right now that you were getting at, council member, and really understanding what those implications are. And so I think when we come to you next, we'll have those answers, and we'll get some guidance from you then.
Okay. I think one of the reasons it's standing out to me as the best option is solar panels are not going to be bothered by the odor. And we get complaints from space outside of this square. So putting people there in any capacity, whether they're employees or not. I did have a question for staff. I know at some point we had tossed around some ideas about a new M&O space. I mean, has the city talked about that would be a great opportunity to utilize the land for our own uses?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Lady. We have talked internally about that option, and the feasibility is, and the return on investment is not there. Having a city facility located as far outside of city proper, if you will, doesn't make sense from an overall cost in terms of vehicles going back and forth, as well as identity, and that all of those aspects. So no additional effort has been made to further look at that question.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Roper.
I apologize. Earlier I tried to raise my hand and apparently I gave a thumbs up. I'm out of practice and apparently I'm old.
I'll take a thumbs up.
So thumbs up to everyone. I agree with much of what my colleagues have said. To kind of piggyback upon the mayor's question, would there ever be a need for us to expand the wastewater facility, that we should keep that in mind? Like, as our city grows, is that going to be a potential that we need?
No is the immediate question. If anything, the master plan, as it's written today, calls for the decommissioning of the 2 lagoons, correct, Sarah and Jason, that exist, which will be part of the overall modernization of the plant. That will help with the odor that does exist. And because you asked me this question, I'm going to put in an informational piece that we are, as a city, in compliance with all of the state regulations around odor. So odor has been brought up through this conversation. So for any of the public watching at home or listening to this conversation, we do get complaints about odor. However, we are in compliance with state standards. But that doesn't mean the plant does not smell because of its sole purpose.
And then I guess another follow-up would be, what would be I guess, pro or con of just leaving it agricultural as well?
So I would say the first con is revenue generation. North Glen is essentially a bedroom community, and so revenue generation is really hard to come by, whether it's sales tax or any other tax generation. So being able to diversify your tax base, I think, would be the first con to leaving it agricultural.
Thank you. I think those are all the questions we have for you. Thank you so much for this presentation.
Yes, thank you.
We look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Are there any follow-ups? Are we good? Okay. Next item, special events and ward meetings. This is a recap from our December 16th study session. Director of Communications, Diana Wilson, will present this item.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for your time tonight. This is simply going back to the December 16th discussion that Council had and making sure that staff has captured everything accurately before we move forward. I don't know which, I haven't used this yet. I'm all like, wait a second, what do I do? Is it this one?
The right arrow.
Okay.
Just
Oh.
sensitive, so if you put too hard,
I broke it. I didn't, I'm kidding. All right, so I just said that, so we're good there. City Council discussed ward meetings, mayor meetings, and special events on December 16th. Adjustments were made for 2025, and then ideas for 2026 through 2029 were also noted. And they are not in the current version of the strategic plan pending this meeting, but if we have everything correct, they will get added. All right, so this is our draft 2025 schedule. Derby Day, Food Truck Carnival, Festival and Fireworks on July 4th, our 4 neighborhood nights. The dates are definitely for neighborhood nights still up in the air because I haven't had confirmation from all of the council members. It's kind of, I don't want to have a neighborhood night if you're not there, so. And then Pirate Fest and finally Noel North Glen. And as you all know, there's tons of other activities in the city. This is just my department, communications and engagement. Other 2025 direction, Pride, the Mayor's Neighborhood Night, and Dancing Through the Decades events have been removed from the 2025 lineup. Updated sponsorship program was included in the December 16 packet, and we didn't have any feedback, so we're moving forward with it to put us in line with some of our neighboring communities. We also plan to extend Pirate Fest. Usually it ended on Saturday early. We had Friday night and then Saturday till like 5 or 6. And we're planning on going through the evening on Saturday because of attendee, foundation, interests, and vendors. So we're gonna give that a try. It is also the last year of the carnival. So just wanna make sure everybody is aware of that because the Civic Center remediation and then future development. And then the State of the City event will only occur in years where there's no local election, so it won't be in 2025, but we will add it to the lineup in 2026. All right, and then for ward and mayor meetings, we cut down ward meetings to 1 early in the year, and I've reached out to all the council members and have dates for 2, and then waiting on the other 2. The mayor will host 2 mingle events that are citywide, and she's also planning a regular meeting that isn't quite as big, and we are going to set a meeting and discuss that, and that's kind of that. And then the ideas. So some cool stuff for us to look at and research and come up with more detailed ideas. So for the way that this would actually look in real life is for 2026, the budget process starts in April and May. So my team would look at, hey, what would it take to bring this? What would the cost be? How do we envision it? And bring those to you before either through the budget process or a presentation to council beforehand, just depending how much detail you want. Bark in the Park, State of the City, and then 2027 an arts festival, In 2028, looking at hopefully a new civic center kind of downtown area to add an event, possibly a parade. Didn't really specify if that would be 4th of July parade, a Christmas parade, so that was kind of open. Bring back State of the City again in 2028, and then 2029, explore the idea of pocket park pop-ups, and this was a way to highlight some of our smaller and home-based businesses. So those are the ideas. And now it's time to tell you whether we wrote down all the notes correctly or not.
Thank you, Mayor. I was not at the December meeting because I was out of town. And I didn't really send in any information because I didn't know where we were making decisions or what we were getting into. But in November, I attended a meeting with County Commissioner Emma Pintner and some of Adams County staff, and we worked out some dates for Pride so that we would not be in conflict with their date. So I'm kind of surprised that we're now considering taking that off. If it has to do with, I don't know, money, I guess, is the big deal here. I don't see anything in the events listed that would address celebrating diversity in our community. So I would just like to know if there's some way we can bring something back. I can't speak for DICE, but I'm sure they would be willing to help fund something, because I know we've done that in the past. So Juneteenth was one thing that we had mentioned, and I know there's a concert on Juneteenth that's kind of in that theme, but that's all that, as far as I know, that's all that's going on. I don't know if there is some way that we could do an event in addition to just the concert or something along those lines, but I'm going to put my 2 cents out there because I know it's that the Pride Fest has been really very popular with our residents. It's one of the smaller resident attended events.
Anybody want to respond to Councilmember Goff?
I kind of have a follow-up.
Oh, absolutely. Councilmember Nowicki?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's in a similar vein as well. I did not attend I apologize that I was not at the event planning. I did kind of know the outcome of it. I would like to know kind of what we're doing. I think the biggest thing, and thank you for your information, was with the Pride, that it conflicted with Adams County Pride.
Not anymore.
It sounds like that may not be the case. Given that, kind of to that information, I wanted to know kind of what we could do if we're going to kind of give up our Pride or kind of give it to Adams County. How can North Glen be a participant in that and really celebrate in that regard and support and really be out in the front of that?
So Adam and Council Members Nowicki and Goff, I do want to clarify, I know I'm presenting this information, but the study session really was a discussion among council, and we'll take
Sure.
whatever your direction is and make changes. We could do any of those things and are happy to add things back in the schedule or change our participation in Adams County. We just need council's consensus and direction to do so.
Then I guess I'll look at you guys. I guess all that's to say is that I would want some sort of commitment that we're really going to kind of step up and support Adams County Pride Festival.
That was my recollection. We have a couple more hands up, but
Okay.
that was definitely part of the discussion, was to be a greater participant in the Adams County event. But I see other hands, so I'm going to keep moving. Councilmember Roper?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that's what I was going to speak to, is we thought we could get more on our return of investment or bang for our buck if we partnered with Adams County and had our own booth or had our own table there. That way we could be a part of the larger event, and it would really offer for more diversity to be involved in that event, and without having a huge cost or impact to our staff or our city. So that way we could be a part of the larger event. And I think when we had the discussion, we didn't realize that the change had been made also.
I know so it was, in the study session conversation, it was a lot of brainstorming and a lot of ideas were going around. And I do recall an idea to even bus North Glen residents because of parking and to try to make it easier for our residents to take part. You know, could we help with transportation to get everybody there in like a really celebratory way and bring everybody back safely and have North Glen swag? And like, it was definitely not a, we don't support it and we want to just get rid of it. It was looking big picture at the full scope of the work that our team does. Yeah, cost played in there a little bit, but I think we were okay incurring the cost. But staff time and all of the amount of events, that's where it played out. And to Councilmember Roper's point, we wanted to make sure that it was a robust celebration. And so how could we take part in a way that was pretty special? So just to kind of elaborate on the tone of the conversation.
And can I just ask a
Yeah.
clarification question? Has anybody contacted Adams County about this? Because, I mean, they're probably already planning it, so.
And I'm sure they are,
Yeah.
Definitely want to be involved.
right? Depending on the outcome from tonight, we'll move forward on all of this, just waiting for confirmation on the direction.
Absolutely. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate about the conversations that we had that night, was just that it felt like a better way to be part of the regional community in a diversity setting, as opposed to just like our little North Glen. And, you know, the Adams County Pride is a pretty big celebration. I mean, they got Baby Rexa a few years ago, like, you know, icon. And I think like it makes sense to support our neighbors in this diversity effort rather than, you know, have staff put time and effort into a smaller event where they can put some effort and time into supporting something regionally with our local partners in what we do. That's sort of our, at least like the impetus behind this was like not to step back or do any kind of harm in not celebrating the diversity of our community. I think we just thought it was a better use of our time to support the regional effort rather than focus sort of like North Glen first kind of situation.
I would agree. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I still have a question about an event that celebrates diversity, and well, if it's not going to be Pride, do we have any other options?
So I had a wondering too, to sort of add on to what you were saying, and we're going to be getting to this conversation in the next agenda item. But we have a whole strategic goal area, diverse and engaged community. And one of my notes is we got to do more here. Like it's not very bulky. It's not very robust. But I've been thinking a lot about this since you and I kind of chatted the other day. Is my goal or my hope is that this would become more the norm in our city, and it would be kind of how we operate as opposed to this separate thing, right? That all of our events would be diverse and inclusive, and all of our events would celebrate everybody and highlighting different cultures. And so I agree. I think it'd be great if we could come up with more. The other part of the conversation was there was a scaling back intentionally because we are just running our staff crazy. Like it's the amount of time that they put into the events. And when we started calculating cost and hours and it's just a lot. So there was an intentional sort of shrinking ever so slightly to be more intentional, and then maybe we could use our time. So I know there was a moment, a conversation about how can we do that with our ward meetings, for example. There's a lot of ways that we can kind of capitalize a little better on the events that we are doing. Does that make sense? As opposed to having a standalone specifically for that purpose. But we could do that too. Do you have an idea?
Well, whoops, I forgot to do that before. I guess I'm just kind of concerned that the DICE board wasn't like asked or involved in even this discussion. I think maybe that would have been helpful, because if, maybe I'm misjudging and they're going to be fine with doing this, with supporting this as a regional event. But I know there were discussions in the presentation that they gave to council about some events this coming year that the DICE board was interested in. Juneteenth is the one that comes off the top of my head, but there might have been some other ones. So I was just wondering, is there some way that the DICE board could be involved in at least sort of generating ideas for events in the coming years, so that it's not, after the fact, a decision is made and then they're like, whoa, what happened?
I'm going to speak for myself, based on a handful of conversations that have been had about the DICE board. I'm feeling a little nervous about the state of the DICE board. And I think what we have talked about is in the spring sometime having a study session that is council and the DICE board, so that we can kind of regroup together, so they understand their purpose, kind of leaning back into their bylaws. So their whole entire DICE board understands the work that they were designed to do. And then finding an opportunity to have a collaborative discussion with them. I think it's really hard when we're setting policy and we're talking about the budget to then have one of our boards and commissions come out and say, hey, but we want to do these 6 events. It doesn't have to be 6. We want to do these 2 events. If we can't support it with staff and money, then it sets them up for disappointment.
Well, I guess what I'm imagining is that if there was some involvement, then they would understand the process and the decision better. And then, my point of view is that then there would be less disappointment, but I don't know. That's just, we're kind of in treading water that we haven't done before because of the budget issues that we're facing now, and just a lot of other things that even our influences outside of North Glen. So I guess I'm not really sure where we are at this point, or if we're just going to say that we're fine with this plan, or what.
Well, council needs to decide now to give staff direction. And I would say, we should have a conversation with the DICE board. They can always listen to council meetings. They can ask questions. I think we should still have that collaborative meeting, DICE board and council coming together to sort of reset. But we have kind of fluctuating membership on the DICE board, so we want to get that solid too. But, they are an advisory board to council. They can certainly, we know they want us to have that event, right? I don't think that's a surprise. And I don't think anyone shifted direction thinking that they weren't going to question it, right? And so if we go back to what Councilmember Burns stated, is that it was designed to have a even more special event than just a little community one. Does that make sense? And so, we would want their partnership and their engagement and their help.
So what I'm hearing is if we go with it, it sounds like the majority is going with this anyway, and we do something with Adams County, that the DICE board would be involved in that.
I would invite them for sure.
Okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
And then you talked about this meeting with study session or whatever with council and DICE, which is, I think, a great idea. But then also, is there still onboarding for boards and commissions that also would give the DICE board, along with other boards, some more information about how things should be working and communications are going?
Absolutely, I think that's in the strategic plan, so we're blending
I saw that in there, but
tonight,
I wasn't sure.
It's in the strategic plan, Mayor and Council. However, City Clerk Small and City Attorney Hoffman can talk about what's in the works. They have a date identified for that board and commission training, so that's in the works.
Great, and I'll look forward to hearing that. The other question I had, which is not, and maybe it'd be better to wait for the strategic plan, but there is listed under the diversity section, some special events discussion or study or something, which is, there is
That's this one.
a budget item. And so I don't know if that's
that's what this
happening this coming year, next year?
No, Councilmember Goff, thank you for that question. That conversation is a conversation that took place on December 16th.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just start. I am in agreement and concur with the plan that Diana just thumbnailed for us.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Roper?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think I just want to reiterate again, it did not come from a place of us not supporting. Really, it came from a place of how we could cast a wider net and have our impact be greater and be felt greater. One thing I know personally is anytime you're in a part of a marginalized community, you want to see yourself reflected in the event. And I think this will give us the opportunity for more people to see themselves reflected in the event if we partner with Adams County, if we partner with our neighboring cities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I had a couple questions. Can you go back to page 7 or slide 7? So can you speak more about the updated sponsorship program? I don't know why I have no memory of that from our discussion.
In the packet from December 16th, sponsorships, there's actually I'm sorry, I'm not talking into the mic. There's actually a resolution on what sponsorship should look like in North Glen. So in the December 16th packet, that was in there, as well as the changes that we're proposing. Really, the changes are more structure. There weren't written agreements, for example, with our sponsors, a better definition of how people can mix and match their sponsorships and what kind of recognition they receive. So in general, it was still in line with the resolution that had been passed, but kind of updated our policy to be more in line with Thornton, Westminster, other cities, and a little better defined what that recognition for dollars would be and how you would go about that. So I would say it's more about structure than anything else. We did up our prices, to be blunt. And if you want to sponsor our events, we're asking for more money, but also offering different ways to be recognized and have a presence at the event and reach Northland residents. Well, and more than Northland residents if it's the larger events.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That is now clear. And then I also don't remember talking about making Pirate Fest longer at that meeting, but I think it's a great idea. It seems to make sense. And I think the rest of it makes a ton of sense. Any other comments?
I did want to mention,
Yes.
we didn't talk about it at the discussion. It was also in the memo from staff for that meeting about the proposal to make Pirate Fest longer.
It's a lot. That was a full meeting.
It was a very full meeting.
There was a lot going on. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I have clarity that what I presented is what we're moving forward with. All right.
Yes,
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
thank you. Okay, and our next item is our draft 2025-2029 strategic plan. We're going to talk about it and do some prioritization and fundings. City Manager Heather Geyer is here to present this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just give me a minute to go ahead and get set up here. Deputy City Manager Jason Loveland and I are going to tag team this presentation this evening. Thank you, City Clerk Small. Put it over here, Brandon should be able to get to it. shot of anything described. In December, staff had provided council with a gift of sorts, packaged with a bow, highlighters, sticky notes, and a draft of our of our strategic plan, Imagine the Possibilities, Empowering Change and Delivering results. So the council homework that council agreed to was to review the draft plan in its entirety over the holiday break, to jot down your thoughts and questions, and then to bring those questions, ideas, thoughts to this evening's session. That leads us to the purpose of tonight, which is for council to discuss the draft strategic plan, and really it's about the conversation you all as a team have tonight, and then synthesize any of those discussion points that translate into direction and provide that direction to staff. The adoption of the strategic plan is tentatively scheduled for next Monday. However, I don't want that to be a pressure point. If council needs an additional session or two to continue to work through further development of the draft strategic plan, we can allow for that time. I went ahead and put that in the schedule so you know what the ultimate completion of the strategic plan process looks like, which is official adoption of the plan, and then you shift into implementation, even though there are many items that are already set in motion, and we'll talk through those as we go through each section of the plan this evening. For our agenda this evening, we are going to hear Deputy City Manager Loveland provide an updated short-term financial outlook for the general fund, because funding in the general fund is a key component and foundation to what we are able to do strategic plan-wise. We're going to present the recommended prioritization for funding. So you had received this large document in December, and we've taken all of that information and put it into multiple slides that you'll see in the presentation tonight to really break down what ideas have associated funding, what ideas don't have funding, and we'll talk through those different pieces. The one caveat to tonight, this evening, is not about new idea generation. So the ideas that council is working with this evening are those ideas that started on June 17th as 120 ideas put on a Padlet. And those have gone through a whole process over the course of several months, translated to, I believe, 96 ideas, as well as a set of ideas that were put on a list of ideas that don't fit. And certainly if council has any questions about those, we can have a discussion about those this evening as well. So what you're working with tonight is the evolution of that process that even beyond June 17th session started at the front end of 2024 when you started with the revisit of the vision, mission, and the strategic priorities for the city. Tonight, staff would like direction on removal of any action items, reprioritization of any action items, and any other feedback. So at different points through the conversation, I may need to nudge if I'm not hearing clear consensus from council. So if certain suggestions are made of I want this removed, I'll want to make sure that council as a group supports that consensus, so that way there's no confusion later on after this meeting about what decision points were made. This is a new slide that we've been working with over the past couple of years, which really reiterates the how strategic planning and the budget process are connected. They're interconnected. And so with the finalization of this strategic plan in the near short term, we will then be embarking on the development of the 2026 city budget come May, June of this year. And it's a continual cycle, a process by which, as policymakers, each of you are empowered to bring ideas, thoughts, perspectives, what you want to advocate on behalf of your constituents forward in the local policymaking process. And as you've heard me say in the past, typically during onboarding for new council orientation, the budget document is the most important policy document that council shapes on an annual basis. And so I can't emphasize enough the importance of the connection of this document to the annual budget process. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy City Manager Loveland to walk us through the general fund forecast.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
We're not going to dwell on all of these numbers that are in front of you, but I want to highlight a few things of importance for our conversation tonight. The first thing, there's some notes out to the left that I wanted to touch on. You'll see an increase in that very top line for taxes on the revenue side of things. A big jump from 2025 to 2026. That's based off of the 2023 voter-approved reallocation of a 0.5% sales tax. Right now, that's about $3.8 million that we'll see coming forward. So that is one number that is important to the rest of this conversation tonight. Two, public safety investments, support for roads and parks. Those are also included in the bottom red number, second to the last red number, the $1.5 million as a transfer out to capital to help support our road projects as well as park amenities. Those are all part of the ballot language in 2023. One difference, if you look at the budget that we presented and was adopted in October, the same layout was presented. Item number 4 in the notes, this presentation has backed out all additional FTE that were being considered at that time. New FTE were being considered in 26 and beyond, to the tune of around $1 million. So that has been backed out of this presentation just to show that the ballot language and support for various items are being included and not necessarily making assumptions about adding additional FTE to the future. As we talk about, most financial forecasts are going to change from one day to the next. So these, of course, will be modified on an ongoing basis. The next slide, I think to kind of focus on and reiterate some of the things that I mentioned previously. You can see the ballot language uses that were proposed in 2023. And here's considerations for use, largely based off of the commitment of the ballot language: residential street program, park amenity replacements. Part of the public safety commitment and contribution was to support the crisis response unit, which was being funded by federal grant dollars, which went away at the end of this year, or at the end of 2024, since we're in 2025 now. And then we've also had a couple of things that are part of the strategic plan as far as facilities maintenance and ongoing, funding of how are we going to do. We have 3 fantastic facilities, and how are we going to make sure that we are replacing things that need to be replaced, and setting funds aside to do those things. Retirement contributions, increases to the employer share. That has been a kind of an ongoing conversation, particularly from the police department, from the city, in general. And then additionally, a package request that came forward was to take a look at how we count hours towards overtime when we're making those calculations on our biweekly payroll. So those are considerations that we felt kind of we're being true to kind of the ballot question, and then kind of what we see as some organizational need or conversation to be having. So, and then I believe I'm going to turn this back over to the city manager to walk through, or I can keep going. I'm not sure.
You're
No.
welcome to.
I didn't know if you were going to write or.
Why don't we do it this way? You help me scribe, or I'll help you scribe, depending on where we're at. Sound good? And I also want to mention that we have department directors with us this evening who will help respond to specific questions about any of the strategic plan action items. In development of the strategic plan, we'll start with public safety. The strategic focus areas, as we refer to them, we previously had 8 of them. They've been I would say better allocated to 6 strategic focus areas by City Council. So we'll start with public safety. One of the other exercises that we did in moving the plan forward was Council asked us to look at all of the 120 ideas to see what ideas could be included in the 2025 budget development. And that presentation was made to council, I believe, in late July, prior to council receiving the recommended budget on August 5th. And so when you look at this first slide for public safety and you see the items under the 2025 budget, and you see yes next to those items, that's because those items are funded. Originally, the internal records management system wasn't included in the budget. However, since the process has evolved, council has provided staff with direction to include that through use of general fund reserves to fund that $1.5 million. So that's why that's shown there, as well as the drone expansion program. For 2026, there are a couple of budget figures. You see 3 that have TBDs next to them, and that's to be determined. We would need more time and have more conversation with council about those specific items to really figure out the costs involved. Now, because those are 2026 action items, staff would be doing that work as part of the 2026 budget development process. So if you kind of get the sense of the evolution of how the plan ideas are put out there, council approves the plan, and then we move the ideas forward through the annual budget process. The $52,000 for traffic and speed enforcement tools, council has provided staff direction to bring that conversation forward sooner. I believe that's on the TBD of the tentative future council agendas. I don't believe we've scheduled that yet. I could be wrong. But that's a conversation that will happen sooner than later, knowing that we need to budget funding for those tools in 2026. So implementation, deployment of those tools would actually happen in 2026 unless council directed otherwise. The Adams County Walk-In Crisis and Detox Center, this is an example of one of the multiple regional projects within Adams County that's underway. And this would be our portion, the North Glen portion of that multi-jurisdictional regional, what will be an IGA effort, an IGA signed by the mayor that will come forward to council for approval. So that number could fluctuate between now and the 2026 budget process, but that's what we're looking at right now. I can stop at the end of each slide if you'd prefer, Mayor, and answer any questions. Good?
Yeah, so for council's information, I have a copy of Councilmember Condo's feedback, but you are here, so you are welcome to join in, but I also have a copy of Councilmember Walker's feedback. And so if we, I mean, I guess, is that the process? We'll take it section by section and talk
That's
about.
probably easiest.
Okay.
If you,
So,
council's okay with that.
I'm gonna start with Councilmember Walker's feedback. So he has 1.8 speed cameras, and he's asking that we move this up. Is that, there's no, we do have a cost, 52,000. So that's his recommendation, or his request, that gets moved up to 2025. I'm not quite sure, like, do we just say, council, how do you feel about that, or does that work for you?
Yes, it does.
What are your thoughts on that? Anybody?
How will that be funded?
Yeah, does that fit into our current budget?
Yeah, and like,
It does not. So that's why, what's that?
Not why it then was on the next year.
That, as well as the fact that council has not had the comprehensive conversation about, here are all the tools, here's what they will cost, here's the reoccurring cost to maintain the tools. And Deputy Chief, you can certainly come up and add any additional context because you're doing the research on all this, so.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. I've been working with 3 different companies on this project for about the last 4 months or so. There are options in all of the programs to provide the equipment and the process without fronting the financing for it. So they collect the fines to collect their payment for the services and for the equipment, and then the remaining of the funds comes back to the city council through, or to the city through the municipal court and through the fining process. So all 3 have that type of a process that's available to us, so this would be something that I plan to bring back to council probably within the next 3 months as to, what timeline this would be on. And there is a potential that we could get cameras in the ground in 2025 with minimal or no cost to the city as an initial output.
Okay, well, that's great news. So when it says 52,000 in this slide, what does that mean?
So there's one program where we can buy the cameras specifically, and I believe that funding was basically that number coming through with buying two different camera systems for locations throughout the city, one being mobile and one being fixed.
Okay.
So
I'm going to use this one as an example because we're not totally clear, I think, on the process moving forward. So we have a council member that has elevated that he wants this particular item moved up if possible. The question is it currently budgeted? The answer was no, but it sounds like there's an opportunity to possibly bring it forward anyway.
Correct.
Okay.
And if there is a budget funding piece that would have to go along with it, then council, part of that conversation when Deputy Chief brings it back is staff will have vetted the options as we do and present to you all. We will tell you that it'll be a budget amendment to the 2025 budget. And you'll need to make a decision in terms of you would be using fund balance to cover that expense. Unless we know there's savings from other areas of the budget by that point, 3 months from now. When you adopt the budget, the next day the budget already starts changing, right? So now that we're into 2025, there's an ebb and flow of what happens with the budget. So we could be in that situation, but we won't really know until we have that conversation and Jason and accounting staff has closed out fiscal year 2024. And so there's a few moving pieces, but certainly doable to have the discussion and possibility of funding in 2025.
So I just want to get clear on where to go moving forward because all of us went through the document and made notes and I've got recommendations of, take this one out, put this one in, move this one up, combine these, swap these out. Like there's all of those ideas are coming from 9 people. So I'm guessing, since the 2025 budget is already done, that if people say, is that in the budget? The answer is going to be no for everything.
If it's
Because-
in the budget, it'll say
It'll say
yes or no.
yes.
Yeah. So when you get beyond this slide and some of the 2025 slides for the other strategic priorities, you'll see yeses on some, but you won't see a lot of yeses because we already advanced.
Yeah.
But you can change things
I think that's where
Yeah.
we have to come to an understanding of what we're doing, is because we could look at, say, I'm not saying this because I like number 1.3, but someone could say, you know what, no, take that one out, right? And if that's a discussion tonight, I mean, I don't know that we're going to be doing a ton of that. I haven't opened it up. I just tried the one thing, and I think we got a little confused. So I'm going to go back to 1.8, speed cameras. Councilmember Walker would like to move this up. It sounds like there's a possibility that we can do that. How does council feel about it?
I'd say, yeah, go forward, and it comes with the presentation.
So,
Yeah?
my question is though, like, I would like to move up the alternate wellness program to 2025. And that's also a questionable budget. So then the discussion comes, which one is a priority?
What I would recommend, and council, you can tell me, no, that doesn't sound good, City Manager Geyer, is I would try to go through each item and I can document, if you say move this item up, I'll make a note. If you say remove this item, I'll make a note. Probably need to circle back after each strategic focus section, and then overall, after you get through all 6 sections and really come to agreement that this is what you want to advance. Does that make sense? So, I mean, it is going to be somewhat of a tedious process, if you will, in terms of the back and forth and really making sure you all as a team are clear on what you want to move forward. There will be an exercise depending on what the list becomes in terms of staff, and Jason and I will say this, we need 3 weeks or a month to come back to you and say this is all doable, depending on what the list looks like. It's blank right now.
Yeah, it looks great. Okay, well, yes.
So, I just wanted to ask about the alternate wellness program. It actually says that it's in progress. Grant funding is being pursued. So, I mean, I don't know how you would move that forward.
So we currently have a lot of grant funding for the alternate wellness program, and we've been building that program over the last 2 years. So that's kind of the in-progress piece of it, right? There is additional screenings and type stuff, medical screenings that can be done on an annual and on a biannual basis, and some of those screenings aren't currently being funded under grant, and/or if we were to lose grant funding in something, there could be implications budgetary that we would bring back. Our current program right now is only in its 2nd year of process. We did some screening last year. Our 2025 budget request had no additional screenings for this year, but our 2026 budget request will likely have requests for certain types of screenings that would provide that alternate wellness program as it moved forward. So it is absolutely in progress, and it kind of ebbs and flows. Those screenings aren't necessary on an annual basis. They would be necessary maybe biannually or every 3 years, those type of programs. And as the funding changes through grants and whatnot, that's where we may have to come with a budgetary request.
Okay, thank you. Again, thinking about process, I'm also looking at this slide. This does not seem, is there I guess I can look myself. Is there a second public safety slide?
There is, yes.
Okay. I was like, we're not seeing the big picture here. Okay. Well, how about if we do this? Let's take each section one person at a time. So I'll just start with Councilmember Walker again. So is this something you would put on there? 1.8?
Yes.
Move up?
Mhm.
Okay.
I would put move up to 2025.
Yes. So I think that makes sense.
Jason, will you please?
Yes, you do have a scribe for this.
Good job,
The other thing
Councilmember
in this
Noe.
section from Councilmember Walker is 1.11. He would like to confirm that this isn't the same thing that a previous council
It
member
is not a
elevated.
methadone clinic.
Okay, so can you tell us more about this?
Deputy Chief's probably more technically qualified to talk about this one and why it's not a methadone clinic.
So this clinic is going to be a regional asset for all of Adams County. It's been in the process for, I'd say, the last 2 years or so, they've been building it. We currently have it actually operating and working out of a hospital in Aurora currently. They're trying to find a specific location or a newer location that's more centrally located off kind of the I-25 corridor, which would include where that $236,000 comes in from all of the different municipalities, and we pay a percentage. It's very similar to like our victim advocacy, to our percentage that we pay AdCom. It's a regional asset, right? This process has nothing to do with methadone. It is all about crisis, mental health crisis, and detox. And the detox could be any narcotic at the particular moment, but it is not being utilized as a clinic to care for and provide alternate narcotics to individuals. It is solely for detoxification purposes. So alcohol or a drug detoxification in the immediacy, back to follow-up crisis and long-term detoxification type treatment facilities. It's not a methadone clinic specifically where, we're treating a specific addiction with another type of narcotic.
Okay, so that provided clarification. I have concerns now because it looks like this is in motion, and the 236 is our contribution, but it's not funded. So what happens if we can't afford it?
Well, it'll come down to prioritization. So when a council receives the recommended budget in, say, early August of this year for 2026, this effort's going to be prioritized above other things because of the effort and the commitment that we've made to be part of this regional partnership. Now, if council were to say, no, we don't want to fund this, then we'll go back to the partnership and say, we're not agreeing to fund this. But up until this point, these services are essential and necessary. And so staff is recommending that this effort be funded. We haven't gone through the prioritization and the balancing of the 2026 budget because we haven't created it yet, so.
Okay. So while I know we can say no, it doesn't really feel like it. It feels like this is in motion, and this is the expectation that we find the budget for it.
It is. However, this conversation is an opportunity for council to say, City Manager Guyer, Chief May, Deputy Chief, we have concerns about this. We want you to bring this topic as a study session item. We want to hear more about it before you don't ultimately commit to it until the 2026 budget is approved. So we can have more conversation about it.
I would appreciate that. I know previous councils have pushed back hard on the county, saying that if these are county services, that the county should be paying. I don't know where the 4.73% came from, but, and I understand that they are necessary services and our police department is recommending it, but I think we should look at it because that's a ton of money. So I mean, it's obviously down the road, but to add it to the list of study sessions, I think is helpful. And that will also address Councilmember Walker's question.
Sounds good.
Okay, so I'm done there. I'm going to tee it up to Councilmember Burns.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, all I had for this was, I really want to make sure that we are funding the IRM, the RMS, for the police. I believe that is already funded according to this. Yes, so that's a check. So again, the alternative wellness program, I remember from the presentation that was given to us a couple months ago about all the various tests, specifically around the cardiac testing. I would like to if we can bring that forward to do it, make sure it's done annually, specifically in 2025, I would like to see that happen for our officers, just to make sure everyone's in tip-top shape. We're finally in a good place from a staffing perspective. I would like to just like do these other things to make sure that we stay that way. That was kind of my perspective on that. Otherwise, I thought that this looked good. My only other question was, we have funding for the next 2 years, right, for crew? That was the grants that we won, right? It's 2 years or one?
We have, Crew received an Adams County grant for 2 years. That funding source is not the same as noting this ongoing funding. So this funding represents the fact that we no longer have ARPA revenue to offset the operational cost. So the funding from the county, I want to say, is in the amount of $400,000, and that's a 2-year program. It'll be offset by revenue for 2 additional staff members, and it's time limited, so those 2 staff members will go away, because if we go back to the short-term fiscal outlook, we would not be able to afford those 2 additional staff members beyond that 2-year horizon unless council said, no, staff, make those 2 positions a priority, which that would be a conversation to have for 2028 budget. 27 budget, thanks.
Okay, so, sorry, maybe I misunderstood when Crew presented on this. I thought they had found the funding to fund their entire program, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We are funding like half.
We're funding Crew fully. They received the additional $400,000 plus for the extra 2 positions plus a vehicle and some other training and miscellaneous items. So that's in addition.
Yes.
So that grant aside, council prioritized Crew. So when the idea came forward in the strategic plan process on the Padlet on June 17th, the idea was continue to fund Crew. So that's why it's presented the way it is.
Okay.
But council, the reason it's important to see it is because previously we had ARPA revenue to offset the cost. So it was neutral impact-wise to the budget, which allowed for council to fund other things that came up as priorities. This instance, council said it's a priority. It's included in the 2025 budget. What that means, though, is there's $550,000 that is not available to fund other things because you're funding this priority.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
So I'm on page 13 for council, and I'm looking at that 1.1. Can you give us numbers that are a little more clear than 2 additional? So, like, how many people are on the Crew team?
There's currently 5.
Okay. So when it says 1.1A, are we going to go from 5 to 7?
Correct, for a 2-year time-limited period.
Okay. And then 1.1B, they're not 2 additional, we just have to start paying for them. So we don't go from 7 to 9, or do we?
No. It's, you've chosen to fund 5 FTE. They have the grant for the 2 additional, which makes the FTE count 7. But the 2 additional FTEs are time limited, so they will go away after 2 years.
Okay. I would recommend clearing up the language
Okay.
there, just because it looks like we just keep growing by 2 each year as
Sure.
opposed to, and when you say we've chosen to pay for them, the 5 are just in our budget.
You chose to pay for the 5 when you approved the 2025 budget, yes.
Right. So there's
Yeah.
5 in the budget. There's 2 that will be hired this year. And if we want to keep those 2, we have to add the funding in 2027. Okay.
Correct.
I would just clear that language up a little bit,
Absolutely. Thanks for that
you
feedback.
know, purpose of the public. Councilmember Burns, did you have anything else in this section?
No, thank you so much.
Okay. Councilmember Nowicki.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to ask about the Family Justice Center. It's not funded and it's TBD. Is that put on there because it's important, but it's kind of a placeholder? We don't have much information about it?
It is in the strategic plan because several council members included the support and advancement of the idea through the Padlet process on June 17th. It's TBD because the county and the district attorney's office, as well as the steering committee and subcommittees that a few of us are on, are working through the details of what is it going to cost, temporary location and permanent location, as well as operational costs for both locations. I will tell you that there has been forward progress made as staffing in the county manager's office has stabilized. They've hired 2 deputy county managers. So they now have 3 deputy county managers. They have an interim county manager right now. However, 1 deputy has stepped in to the facility and location subcommittee that I co-chair with Rhoda Pilmer from the DA's office. And Kristen Sullivan is provided significant support in a short amount of time as we've been looking at different temporary locations. The county does, one of the concerns I've elevated throughout serving as a co-chair on that committee is there is no funding identified within a 5-year outlook within the county budget for a temporary or permanent location. So some progress has been made in terms of the county being able to allocate some level of funding to the temporary location efforts in the amount of about $100,000. They are also reevaluating whether or not a existing county facility can accommodate the envisioned use for a temporary FJC, because acquiring land and/or for a temporary facility, finding a building that we can afford at this point is looking cost prohibitive because of the market. But all of that is to be TBD, and once we're in more of a place where a temporary location's been identified, I'll bring that information back to council and invite District Attorney Mason to come in when he has more information to share about the effort. But that's solely temporary location. Permanent facility would be a whole nother process that would need to be moved forward, and we're really focused on the temporary right now. District Attorney Mason had hoped to be in a temporary location by middle of this year, so July of this year. That's no longer feasible. I want to say we've looked at probably about 5 different facility options, and they all have their pros and cons, strengths and weaknesses, and associated cost impacts. So that's where that process is at.
Okay, so any sort of numbers would be brought back to us, I assume.
Absolutely.
Okay, what is the difference then between 1.2, where it says no TBD, and 1.6, where it says no and then just has a dash?
Great question, Councilmember Nowicki. So on 1.6, and I guess I could have put staff costs. It's more indirect costs for a tabletop exercise. The tabletop exercise, in terms of really going through a scenario or two, given the work that was done to update our emergency response plan after, I want to say, about 13 years. That work was done last year. Now we need to take that document and actually do scenario exercise run through, so that way staff is familiar with roles and responsibilities, and then bring council into that process so council's familiar with roles and responsibilities based on, it could be a tornado scenario, it could be a flood scenario. Those types of scenario exercises are what we're referring them to. So it's all indirect staff time and time of external agencies. So North Metro Fire Rescue District, and others depending on what scenario we choose to complete the exercise on.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask a question about that? I guess I'm wondering if this belongs in our strategic plan. While you're serving on it, and it's a conversation happening with the DA's office and with the counties, why would it be something that we would place in our strategic plan?
Again, I mean, that's a great question, Mayor. And if council says it's already in motion, we support it, it'll come forward when it comes forward, we don't need it in the plan, that's okay. There were multiple notes about supporting an FJC that came through the Padlet on the June 17th exercise. So that's really up to council to decide if you wanted to remove it because you support it, or if you said, we don't support this. So take it out of the strategic plan and staff don't spend any more time, council members don't spend any more time on it. You have that ability to give that direction.
So I think what I struggle with this in particular is that I support the concept, but there's not a whole lot of traction, and that's my frustration. Because the first presentation, I was like, yeah, that sounds great. That sounds like something we need. And then unfortunately, because we are so nice, we jumped in like, whoo, we'll help. Let's do it. We're on board. Let's help. We can't be the driving force for something this big. The size of our city and the scope with which this project is. And so what I'm wondering is if it's going to turn into something like 1.11, where the county creates something that we then have to budget for, even if we were at the table the whole time trying to be helpful, we're going to end up with a significant cost as a percent of somebody helping to fund it. But if we can't, in our outgoing financial look, that freaks me out a little bit. I mean, so I look at this and go, yeah, I totally support the concept of this. And I've had many conversations with the DA about it, but I just don't believe it goes in our strategic plan. Because that, to me, tells the community that we're going to make that a financial priority. And I don't know that we can, especially in 2025. So I don't know if it goes further down, like if we want to scooch it down the road or phrase it differently, or I mean, I'd love to hear from council on this one, because this one has been the biggest puzzle to me, because it doesn't take much for North Glen to jump in and volunteer and help drive something that we may not have time to invest in, but I don't know.
So I'll jump in. I would like to keep it. If we did move it, because I know you're intimately involved, city manager, you're involved in the process as you kind of described. I mean, how would that kind of change your role if we kicked it down the road, say to 26 or 27?
I think, well, with any investment of my time that I make, I'm in communication with council. You're aware of where my time's allocated through my annual performance review process and just ongoing communication. So if council said this is not a priority and said, City Manager Geyer, we want you to focus your time and attention on these other things, more locally focused, we have the opportunity to have that discussion. I would say that it can be shifted. I put it in 2025 because that was the time horizon with the temporary location. I can shift it to 2026, 2027. We can tweak the language to your recommendation, Mayor, with some additional language around what the actual feasibility of a temporary location looks like. All of those discussions I will share with you. I was on a call when I was driving to Kansas for Christmas where we've made some good traction, and so this was already put in place before that call happened. So I'm completely flexible in tweaking language and adding additional context, moving it a year or two. You're right. council will likely receive a request for funding like 1.11. And that makes 2 regional requests, and there's probably going to be at minimum 2 more regional requests that come forward that haven't formally been made to us in terms of a potential animal shelter funding increase request, the Youth Link, the Youth Center. There will be a funding request that'll come through the 2026 budget process for that effort that Deputy Chief has been part of and can speak to more of that. So, I mean, there's significant regional projects with significant dollars, which in my role as manager, I have continually expressed to the county leaders that I've been in meetings with. These are not small dollars for a city our size. And so the sooner we know what requests the county would be making of us, the better, so we can communicate what that impact is. If you look at the tentative future agendas, there's a placeholder for the youth center item, which hasn't been brought forward as a study session yet because they're still working through. They had dissolved one nonprofit. They're standing up a new structure, and Deputy Chief can certainly tell you more about that, but it's.
So I did, I guess then, if it stays there and it's TBD and then we find out, oh, this is how much money they want, can't we just update it with red that says not feasible?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah. This strategic plan does not bind council to any future decision-making action.
Right.
This is a visionary roadmap document that says, here's where we want to go.
Right.
Along the way, you can change.
Right, and being that it is, I want us at least to be in the conversation and, kind of in some ways leading the conversation around the Family Justice Center. So that's why I think it's important.
I do caution us leading something that is going to be way bigger than our small city can manage. I also was hoping, can you go back to the general fund forecast slide?
Absolutely.
Because there was a reason that you guys started with this, and I do appreciate it. But if we look down at the bottom, the withdrawals from our fund balance, and as it's decreasing throughout the years, that is before these requests, correct? So this is status quo, but that doesn't include these additional requests that are going to come regionally. And I just want people to know that, because then when you're talking about prioritizing next year or the following year, where are you going to find it, right? Are you going to do staff layoffs? Are we going to be firing our own people to put money towards something?
Well,
That concerns me.
yeah, and I would not want to do that. At that point, it would just be not feasible, and it would be red for me.
Yeah, I don't know, that's tricky, yes.
So I just want to center back on what this document is, because as City Manager Gar stated, this is a strategic plan. There's an election this year, so this dais is going to look different. And so I think it's really important to keep our point of view and what we think is important at this moment in time. Because when I joined council 2 years ago, I looked back at the strategic plan that I wasn't a part of, but I understood that was the priority, right? And that was what is important. So I think there is value in keeping the Family Justice Center or something in here around that to show that was a value of ours, and it was important for us to at least be involved and look at. We might not be able to fund it, right? But that's not what this document is about, right? And so I think this budget is very helpful for the 2025 prioritization, I almost feel like we're having two conversations together about what this, what our the dreaming big, right? That's how this whole document started, was about dreaming big. So what this document is, and this is kind of why I was thinking about this, going through this, I sort of wish this was there was a Gantt chart of what are we doing, what has already started, what is actually launching in 2025. versus like, sort, like, that's like why I sort of like ask these sort of questions, so then when we look at what we want to happen in 2025, that's when we can look at the budget and sort of like forecasting. Because I think the way staff has done this is like, here's what we, based on the budget, here's what we think can happen at these various years. And I think that's, and maybe in some of the sections, which we will talk about, like, the, 2028 and 2029 are blank. So maybe we do have to shift things farther out. Maybe we don't get everything we want in the next 2 years. But I would like to just, I don't know, I just feel like there's a lot of moving parts happening with this conversation. And when it comes to this specific piece of whether or not the Family Justice Center fits in our strategic plan, then I think, I mean, if we take that out, then I do think we take the detox center out, right? Or, and I don't know, and I feel like we're talking out of both sides of our mouths a little bit, because with the events saying, we're putting effort into being a regional partner and doing things that are bigger, and then we're not, and I don't know. Those are just my feelings.
I completely agree as far as some comparison pieces, and I think that's why we're having this conversation. I also did not realize how far down the road the collaboration had already started with the detox center, right? I was like, oh, that's interesting. We can't afford it, but it's coming. But we needed that information to know how ingrained it is, but also the fact that we don't have it budgeted. And so that is why the conversations have to take place, because this 236,000 is not in that. So whatever this, net change in fund balance, that's gonna increase by this amount, plus another amount. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be, regional collaborators, but what this document does is direct staff. This is the vision, this is the roadmap for them. And so it is actionable. It's not just a vision, it's not just a dream. It's, we put this in place and it becomes a working document, and you guys start putting the work in to tackle everything. So it's not fictitious, it's not, well, if we could do that, that'd be great, because it would look completely different. We had asked staff to prioritize it. We put all our ideas out there, the dreaming is over. Staff looked at it and said, this is what's feasible, this is what's not feasible, and this is the roadmap that's gonna keep us moving for the next few years. But this is a dedication of staff time. So to City Manager Geyer's point, if we're saying, yes, continue putting in the work effort, continue putting it in the time in your schedule, that costs money, right, for her to be dedicating her time to this. I'm not saying it's not a worthy cause. I don't know that I support it at the same level that Councilmember Nowicki does. And so I don't know, it just doesn't feel like, as it's stated in this, like, number 2 of public safety, that doesn't seem to make as much sense to me as, even if you moved it to 1.7 and it's down the road, because other people look at this and go, wow, their top priority is crew and this partnership of something that's not off the ground. And then we have all these other things that are in here and funded, and it seems awkwardly placed for me. That was basically my question on my note says, does it go here? Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, that's actually, I was going to bring that up, that maybe the order of these, this first section could be structured a little bit better, because we've got, I'm going back to that slide, I don't even know what number it is, where it says public safety and you've got the amounts, that this is not funded, it's not really, anything's really happening yet or anything, and yet it's the second one on the list. So I was thinking that should be down to the bottom. It could be in 2025, I'm okay with that, but I think it should be at the bottom, because we've got all these other ones that, yes, we're funding them, so we're doing them. So in some ways, that seems to me to be like a higher priority than something that's maybe gonna happen someday. But that's my way of looking at it.
If I could
I'll
interject
concede on
real
that.
quick, none of these are organized in terms of 1, 2, 3, 4 in priority. Now, crew fell as the top one. That was one of the first ideas on the Padlet. So don't overthink that particular example. So FJC is at number 2 because that's the second priority within this public safety grouping. It's literally how the not super scientific process of me taking the ideas off the Padlet and then putting them into an Excel spreadsheet, to be honest with you, and organizing things. So if council wants staff to organize these based on conversation tonight and priorities, we're happy to do that. So if FJC goes to the bottom, happy to do that.
I think that would be helpful for residents.
Yes, I think as a public document, I do think it makes sense to do that. Because whether it was the intention or not, they may read it that way.
Sure.
Yeah, and I would be okay if it's still in 2025, if it's moved down or wherever it goes.
Okay, Councilmember Nowicki, do you have more? Otherwise, I'm going to move
No.
on. Okay, Councilmember Jaramillo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is not that in-depth as the conversation we're having now, but on Section 1.12, North Glen Cadet Program, is this including both Washington Square, Future Forward High Schools, and also Bowman Tech? Is it both campuses?
It's really focused on the North School here, just north of us in Thornton. A lot of our residents are students at that school. We have some inroads into the school. We do some work with the school currently, so that's our primary focus. And this is an ongoing idea that is in its infancy, absolute infancy.
Right. Yeah, I figured it was. That's why I wanted to ask the question now, just in case we could still reach out to the campus on Bowman Tech at Thornton High School, since plenty students that go to school there also live in North Glen.
Yeah, it's a potential to expand to other campuses. That was just our basic starting point.
Great, cool. Yep. Thank you.
Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to chime in on the fact that we may need to annotate that, you know, the listing of all this is not in priority order, or we do need to put it in priority order. So that was a very good comment, Madam Mayor and City Manager Guyer. The other thing is, I'll just tell you what my horse trade was. And when I promoted something up earlier in time, I made a decision to demote something later. So I'm curious, you know, when, say, Councilmember Walker said, move up traffic signal speed enforcement 1.8 into 2025, I don't wonder if he also proposed to demote something because we just can't make everything top priority. So that's my first question.
You're asking about Councilmember Walker's intent? I have no idea. He had a question about the detox center, so that may have been what his trade was, but I can't infer that. Do you want to just speak your
So
recommendation?
I'll just tell you what my horse trade was. I feel strongly that 1.4, the real-time crime center assessment, if that could be moved into 2027 and swapped out with the North Glen Cadet Program. If I understand what the real-time center concept is, and Deputy Chief, you can correct me on this, but I believe this is to come together with the county and multiple adjacent municipalities to create a 24/7 fusion center, if you will, to be able to monitor clock cameras and drones and things of that nature, so that crimes that are in progress can be quickly prosecuted. Is that correct?
It is correct. That's kind of what the real-time crime center would be. It would be a regional asset. Again, this is something that would need to be done amongst multiple police departments within the Adams County jurisdiction, and this is even beyond infancy. We've had very few discussions, but there have been discussions regarding it to this point.
So is it plausible that this could be manifested in 2027?
In 2027, potentially, yes, but it's not thought plausible that it could be moved into 2025 or maybe even 2026. 2026 would be a kind of a long shot goal. 2027 would be much more realistic.
Okay. You know, again, I'm going to relay kind of what I learned at the city summit in Tampa. And that was one of the conversations about public safety, was trying to create these sort of 24/7 monitoring centers to be able to stay on top of crimes, because most of the nefarious things that happen are usually after like 11 p.m. or 10 p.m. Overnight. And so I do feel very strongly that if it is possible to indeed do the real-time crime center concept and to realize that in 2027, I would propose moving 1.14 into 2027 and moving the cadet program to 2029.
I actually really like that idea, Councilmember Kondo, so I support it. Anybody else? Thoughts?
So yeah, we could work to do this, for sure. I mean, again, it's going to be a regional asset.
Is, okay, the way it's prioritized now, is that
Priority? Yes, that's perfectly feasible.
and maybe this is for you, Deputy Chief, the way it's prioritized now, was that according to your recommendations?
So it's really based on getting everybody's funding and everything together. These regional crime assets aren't inexpensive, right? And we're going to need some of our larger departments like Thornton and Westminster to help us in funding this process. I've had discussions with the deputy chiefs in Thornton in the past on this. There's some level of agreement, but getting, these, it's not just a technology, but it's an infrastructure as well. So there's location, there's IGAs and MOUs that need to be developed, because where does this get housed? Where does it live? How does it operate? Some of those discussions have been literally just discussion back and forth. How could this become a reality? We're at very infancy stages on something like this. And it would be Adams County, Thornton, Westminster, North Glen, Brighton, across the board, all the agencies would be needed. And this would be another regional asset that would come with a price tag and a percentage and all of those aspects of funding. And then manpower, right? We each have to give manpower to these, because these are systems that run 24 hours a day, a lot like the police department. Many of those positions can be civilian, but some need to be sworn because there's CJIS issues that need to be managed, and there's enforcement actions that need to be taken, and teams and stuff like that. So for this to be functional, it's more of a long-term goal. Can it be pushed forward from 2029? I definitely think it can be, but again, that's still going to be dependent on other municipalities' budgets and willingness to put forth infrastructure as well as staffing and all of those factors.
So where it says 100 grand, that's just kind of staff time, that's not the kind of price tag.
No, I think that's probably what our initial costs would be to fund, but there would also be staff employees, FTEs, to go with that piece, right? This is kind of where $100,000 is kind of like the contract stuff for the funding of technologies that would be utilized for something like this, right? And then staffing and other additional resources into that center. It's not a small price tag. It's a big price tag, which is why it needs to be a regional asset and not a North Glen asset.
Okay. Well, I think for that purpose, I'm opposed to moving it.
Moving it
Up to 2020, to switching.
Well, I
But I'm one person,
I
so.
did have a question, because we don't have a funding number for the cadet program. Like, what would that cost?
It would be,
I mean, it looks like it's employing people, so it's gonna have a cost.
there is some level of employment, right, for youth, right?
Yeah.
But those costs are really summer related and, part-time positions throughout the year to manage tasks and different internships and type of things within the department. It's also staff time, right? Because we would be teaching at the schools and building that relationship. It could additional staff members into the schools. So the cost is it will be less, obviously, than like a real-time crime center. And much of that time is a soft cost because it's staff time, it's resources that are part of the department, so there's soft costs involved in that, much more significantly there than in, creating an entire real-time crime center where the staff doesn't currently exist, so it's not truly a soft cost. That's an FTE or a part-time employee regardless. So significantly less expensive, more internally driven. Costs for employment would be minor, not significant costs to the city. They would be internships, and some of those would not be paid, those type of opportunities. But again, it's really that building the relationship with the students, bringing them into the department, giving them roles and responsibilities within the department, and having that ongoing contact.
So it sounds to me like, since the real-time crime center is in process, and you got maybe a good handle on how slowly it's going to take or move along to get to the point where we can actually be funding it and being involved in it, I don't see any problem with leaving it in 2029, because if it gets done, or it gets to the point where they're asking for our monetary contribution before then, we just have a discussion and we say, okay, or whatever. I think that would be absolutely fine. I mean, as we said, this doesn't mean we're locked into place here. If it's ready sooner than that, then we'll look at it then.
I would love to put the cadet program on a study session, possibly if it's in 2027, maybe we table that study session for 2026, but I think it's, the soft costs I appreciate. However, in a department that sometimes feels strained and overworked and stressed out, even the soft cost can have an impact. And so I would like to see a study session on that one at some point, so we can get a better understanding of what the impact will be.
And because right now, if it stays in 2027, which is what I'm hearing, but council told me otherwise, then we can certainly make a note to bring this item forward for a study session discussion, separate from the 2027 budget development, for council to weigh in on. Because if council says, no, we don't want to do this in 2027, then you have that ability to provide that policy direction. And it could be a 2028 or 2029. It could come out of the plan completely.
Okay. Councilmember Kondo, do you have anything more to add?
I just have one comment regarding the legend. I like the circles that shows, status, whether it's achieved, in progress, not started. I'd like to ask City Manager Guyer, why is red considered not feasible? Would it be better to possibly call it not completed?
No, not feasible. I think there's very few items. The library comes to mind in respect to the library district. Anything library district has told us that they have no plans to build a library, create a library in the city of North Glen. And so that's an idea, an issue that continues to come back to council and be advanced by council members. So not feasible would be different than not completed. So we can add a not completed icon for what would be the end of year 2025 or 2026, whenever we have an item that not completed for some reason, we would provide narrative. But I would want to keep the distinction between not completed, not feasible. Right now, we're using not feasible as it's outside of our control. So let me work with not completed and talk with the team about that, and we can come up with what the right verbiage is.
And maybe I was wrong, but my understanding was not feasible was for this working draft conversation, but that if it was not feasible, that was a signal to council to possibly remove it so that our
That too.
document doesn't have
Yes, that
not
too.
feasible items
Correct.
within it. That was my understanding.
Yes.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
It's both, yeah.
Gotcha.
Councilmember Goff?
Thank you.
I didn't know if you had more to add. Okay. Councilmember Roper? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
On this subject?
On this topic, yep, public safety.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I know, I was going in order.
Yeah,
You're last,
okay.
honey.
Great, I love that, because everybody said some really awesome and wonderful things, so I'll just piggyback on those. I'm going to try to catch up here on my notes. In terms of the Family Justice Center, you know, if we are looking at that as prioritizing, I'm fine moving it to a lower number, but would like to keep it in 2025. I do agree with all the reasons stated, but I think it's important for us to keep our voice at the table and make sure that we are involved to the extent that we can be, and then, you know, if we have to make those decisions about finances, then we'll address that at that time. So that's just piggybacking on what everybody else has said. On the traffic and speed enforcement tools, in terms of moving it up, I think it's in 2026 for a reason, but as Deputy Chief mentioned, if there is a reason to bring it forward sooner, then I support that as well, as long as that is not a budget, you know, a budget item that would make us look at costs again. And a big part of that, I know Arvada just got funding. Safer Streets has grant programming, so I would like to maybe see something under traffic enforcement tools too, possibly to say grant funding investigation, because it's a brand-new program that the state rolled out. They're giving money for cameras for law enforcement. In terms of, let me see the rest of, I absolutely love the North Glen Cadet Program idea. But as the mayor said, would also love to see it in a study session. We have about 800 North Glen students that attend that CTE program, so it's a good pipeline to have kids maybe want to serve as law enforcement for their city or county in the future. So for that reason, I'd love to keep that, but also find out a little bit more. I did have the opportunity to learn a lot about it while speaking to the principal and assistant principal at Future Forward, so I think it's worthy. For the real-time crime center assessment, I also attended a lot of those sessions in NLC, so I do see that it's a very complicated system to put in place. So if, you know, if DC thinks that it's best to keep it in 2029, I do think there's a reason for that, because it is very, very involved. If, as mentioned before, there's an opportunity to move it forward, as if things move quicker, for example, then I also support that, but I feel like we can move it if we need to. I don't know that 2027, knowing what I understand about this and the agreements, you know, looking at like the Family Justice Center and all the other things that we're talking about, regional collaboration, I don't know that it's important to move that up so much. I'm just worried about the timing, but defer to staff on that one, because I do agree it's important, but I feel like a lot of those pieces, like for example, the cameras and all of that, all kind of tie in, so it's kind of like a domino effect, maybe. You know, all the pieces come into play. And I think those were all the notes that I had in terms of public safety. Would like to know more about the detox center as well, because I saw that, and looking at 4.73% is 236, I'm just wondering where that number, the whole, comes from and what that involves. So would love to learn more about that. And that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Great. I think we're ready to move on. Do we want to recap this one? What
Please.
does 1.11 future SS mean?
1.11 is the detox walk-in crisis center future study session.
Study session, thank you.
That's a staff.
Not quite sure why I couldn't
Abbreviation.
figure that out. Okay.
So we have those two decisions, 1.8 moved to 2025. Then the 1.11, it stays in 2026. However, we'll have a future study session in 2025 with council about that item. North Glen Cadet Program stays in 2027 with the addition of a study session in 2026. So we'll make that note in the actual strategic plan document, and then the 2029 real-time crime center assessment will remain in 2029.
Got it. Okay, high performance government.
Okay, there are 2 slides for this strategic focus area with multiple items. To start with 2025 2.1 Board and Commission onboarding, we have not funded TBD. It's really staff time involved in this particular effort. So that's why there's a TBD. Also, given the point at which the idea was advanced and the work that's been done, we can, certainly tweak any of the language in the document to reflect what's happening. I'll defer to City Clerk Small and City Attorney Hoffman to talk more about this board and commission onboarding.
Well, this is certainly something that we had discussed and I think was triggered by a lot of questions by various boards and commissions about their charge and the rules that they were to adhere to, and frankly, how they were formed in the context of the charter. So it has been set for January 30th. City Clerk Small and I are actually meeting next Monday to kind of put together the details of the onboarding. But I did go through, over the holidays, all of the formation documents, frankly, for all the boards and commissions, and summarize them all in a memo that I'm going to share with the city clerk before our meeting to sort of give an overview of kind of where they came from, if you will, because I think what we learned from some of the discussions with some of the boards more recently is even some of those basic ideas of what their purpose of were not necessarily provided to them in the manner that I think I would have liked. And so we're going to certainly do that and give kind of the guardrails, if you will, on what their purpose is. And I suspect, based on some of the conversations we've had with some of the boards and commissions independently, we'll be responding to a lot of questions as well.
The next item that's noted as TBD, and I will say, as we're having this conversation and council's asking me questions and directors questions, I've looked at this document multiple times. I'm starting to see the need that perhaps I might need to use some different phrasing for TBD, so that can be an evolution. So just continue to ask questions and I'll share some thoughts towards the end. And any inconsistencies, such as I just noticed that we have staff time under code enforcement policy direction, but we didn't put that under 2.1, so we'll do those types of small cleanups as well. But going back to 2.2, human capital reinvestment, that conversation that happened on June 17th with council was really focused on pace at which we're operating as an organization, the buyback program, and all of the ancillary connected pieces. And so I elaborated more in this description on page 16 about employee benefits that can be evaluated, such as the 80-hour rule, which was a package request that was brought forward from the police department. And you heard my recommendation that we really need to look at the 80-hour rule holistically as an entire city. Additionally, part of the prioritization of the sales tax that the city will be receiving in the general fund in 2026 was prioritized to look at increasing retirement contributions for employees. And so that's captured in here as well. And certainly when we've had some of those conversations, we haven't had numbers necessarily, so we can plug things in as we move forward, but that's why it's TBD, because there's a lot in that small item of human capital reinvestment, but it's actually a pretty significant item in terms of the importance in attraction and retention of employees. That was also tied into the conversation about special events, which is why we had that conversation on December 16th as well, in terms of the number of special events and what the team's been asked to execute on. So I'll stop there.
So I had a quick question about 2.6. We have never pulled that out specifically in a strategic planning document. Can you help me?
Yeah, absolutely. I can help you. So this was an idea that was on the Padlet. And so I didn't remove that idea. We included it in the 2025 budget. So council has training dollars in the 2025 budget, typically budgeted annually. Council didn't provide any direction through that conversation back in July to remove it. So this can certainly be something that it's budgeted. It doesn't need to be in the strategic plan. I support removing it if you like to do that.
I mean, to me, it's just there. And because it's not different than what we've talked about before. I think when I first read the title, I thought it was something in addition to what we already have, and it's not. It's what we already have. So I mean, I would think we could remove it, but that's just me.
I guess I did have a question in regards to that point. Was this in addition to kind of what's already budgeted? Okay, that's the discussion.
What I recall from the origin of the idea and how it was phrased is, you know, and how we responded from a staff perspective when we had the conversation about 2025 budget is each council member is allocated $7,000 annually to engage in training that you want to engage in terms of it can be attendance at conferences. If you don't have the ability to attend a conference, you could do some other type of training and use those dollars towards that other training. So that's why we put it in that existing bucket of amongst the 9 of you, there's $63,000 allocated for council member growth and training. But this isn't standing up a new program. It's utilization of existing resources, budget resources for that matter, and that's really up to the discretion of council and your travel policy and so forth.
Okay, so if I recall our conversations, weren't we looking for something that was kind of put together that we could attend? Or because this just doesn't sound different, and you were saying that.
This is what we currently have.
Right.
So I don't know why it's in here.
I would agree with that. I agree.
Remove it?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, so Councilmember Walker has a question about code enforcement. He's asking if it's on a future agenda. So the number 2.4 says staff time.
Yes, it is on a future tentative agenda, and City Clerk Small, could you help me? Can you access the tentative future agendas? I don't have my copy with me. We did schedule that, I'm thinking February 3rd, Brooke? Or is it March? Yeah, it's one of those. March 17th, so that's when that's scheduled.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also had removed 2.6 because I thought that was just a budget item. The other thing I was just thinking, going through collectively around 2.9, when we think about comms and engagement, do we also want to add the word marketing to this framework? And I don't know if this is a time and place for this, but this is my notes of like when we're talking about a communications plan. I don't know what that, and add marketing. I didn't really know what that meant. 2.9.
Yeah, I think the simple answer is yes, we can add marketing to how it's phrased. This is an example of an item that, based on some of the different communication ideas that were advanced, where we combined and synthesized, but we also had staff really evaluate what's on their work plans, directors, and so Diana and her team have been executing a plan that was developed several years ago, and so it is time to develop an updated plan.
Yeah, I just think in tandem with, I don't remember where it is in this, there was some sort of brand enhancement situation that we had also talked about. So just throwing that word. Yeah, that was my only notes. What? 314, thank you. Yeah. Oh, and sorry, I'm turning the page, I see. For the city website update, so again, this is like where I need like the way my brain works is like a Gantt chart. So like, are we starting work on this in 2026 to then be launched in 2027? Yeah, that's what I thought. I was just thinking that from a department perspective, maybe it's communications, you're leading the website migration?
Yes.
So we do RFPs for things that are this expensive. So right now we have a vendor and have a contract with them, and we're going to do a really more facelift and more accessibility change in first Q of 2025.
Okay.
So we're expecting that to last at least 2025 and 2026. But if we want a different website vendor and a new website, which honestly, we'd be due for it by then. We're overdue for a facelift. We're due for looking at our website. We would have to do an RFP process. So that's why you start in 2026 in the hopes that you can finish up a contract. We'd have to ask for it in budget in 2026, then do an RFP, then and put it in place in 2027.
Okay, cool. So the timeline is current vendor update for 2025, because I think we have the launch it's in 2026, launch 2027 is in the notes. That's why I just wanted to clarify. Okay, cool. Thank you.
And the short-term timeline is driven by compliance with the new state law that went into effect. So we have to make some changes to our existing website. It's not feasible to have brought forward a request to do a whole new website launch, but we'll get there. So the $12,000 that you see is for that refresh piece. A brand new website through an RFP process will probably be in the ballpark of $100,000 easily.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so that's a future budget item as well. And then I want to talk about the HRIS system scheduled for 2026, because we also noted that we will not be doing any FTEs. And just from personal knowledge in my personal life, this usually requires a human to run an HRIS system. Tamara's smiling at me.
Word, Tamara.
So I'm confused about this conflicting, and again, my personal life has given me an estimated budget of around $250,000 to implement and set this up and FTE. So about $250,000.
Sure. Thank you for their question,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Burns. We did go out to bid, I think, earlier in 2023.
Yeah.
And we got a mix of RFPs back. Based on the size of our organization and the type of system we would need, we did get an estimate of about $150,000 to implement.
Yep.
That does not include the annual maintenance fees. In terms of staff, there are 2 of us on the team who have actually implemented a system.
Okay.
So we're confident that we could do it again.
Okay, and you would add that, like the maintenance of it and everything to your additional workload?
Yes. I've done it with fewer staff in another organization. So.
Okay, just checking, because that statement to me is then in conflict with our human capital reinvestment priority.
Can you say more about that in terms of the conflict?
I think just if we are adding additional items to someone's job description, right? That's what I'm looking. That's how I'm looking at
An
it.
efficiency,
Absolutely.
improvement of use of technology, streamlining, making it easier. In theory, all systems
Removing
come.
spreadsheets.
Yeah, right now we do a lot manually. We have the Springbrook system. So, you know, we're able to do what we do, and we'll continue to do it until we have the funding available to implement an HRIS system. No system is perfect. And so we have to make sure that whatever system we bring into the city is compatible with Springbrook, which is our central financial management system. We need those systems to be able to talk to one another, and so that's going to be a lift. But an important step to take in terms of advancement of use of technology. I mean, we've done the things we've done the way we've done them for, you know, a variety of reasons. But Tamara, this is a priority. She reminds me of it weekly, if not monthly.
Daily.
Daily. And so I'm confident that we can get there. But, you know, pointing out human capital management, there's a lot of priorities in this document. And so that's why the annual budget process is the sorting of the priorities. And we may bring forward and say, we want HRIS system in 2026, and council says, we want website, if we can't have both. That's just the way the process works. And, you know, we've been in tremendous growth years, fiscally speaking, as you've heard me say. And I think we're entering a different economic season. We know we are, as we see slowing of revenue growth in certain areas. So we're going to have to be mindful, and staff will be intentional and strategic in terms of what gets advanced to council. But ultimately, it's that annual budget process where you sort out and say, yes, we're committing to these things. We have to hold off on these things over here, or no, we're not going to do these things over here.
I would be in favor of keeping the HRIS system on the current timeline, if not moving it up, just because if one of our overall strategic goals is future-proofing and our commitment to tech, an HRIS system is pretty core and to how systems run. A lot of other technology is based off of an HRIS system a lot of times, from my understanding. But I would say it would be a great first step in everything else. That's it.
Thanks.
Microphone. Does anyone want to respond to Councilmember Burns and her recommendation that we move up 2.15?
I mean, if staff wants to keep it in 2026, I think that's fine. I just think
Okay.
that, like, if in the scenario City Manager Geyer presented to us, and I can't believe these words are coming out of my mouth, I would prioritize a HRIS system over a new website. Just from an internal staff perspective, and just if we are future-proofing and looking at our tech stack, that makes a lot more sense. Which I know, this is wild. It's wild times right now, so.
So I want to jump in just for a moment, because my recommendation was going to be to move up 2.19 to 2025, because everything that I'm looking at as far as future-proofing and all of these ideas, I believe we need to have an innovation team. And that, to me, is going to be the group of individuals that are going to help do the types of things that are laid out in years following. I know we have staff time. I just feel like that's a priority in order to get the rest of it done. That's just my opinion.
The more I've learned about the innovation team approach, there will be a direct cost with finding the right training for staff to attend. So that could either be partnering with City of Brighton, because they have an internal innovation team, which is the team that I've been looking at in terms of modeling this vision. After Denver has the Peak Academy program. All that to say, I think it would be a stretch to do anything beyond perhaps sending staff to training in 2025, mid-year to latter part of 2025, but I would need to come back to council and ask for some level of funding to do that. But that would be a piece that would be doable in 2025. And then I would need to take a look at the other priorities that are a result of tonight's conversation to make sure I have the time to spearhead that, because this would fall in my area of responsibility, along with other team members, but I would be the driver to move this forward.
Okay, just a thought. Okay, Councilmember Nowicki.
It wasn't pertaining to this discussion?
Yeah, nope,
Okay.
in this realm.
Okay, I had a question with regard to 2.16, the future proofing, and maybe I missed this when I stepped out. 2.16B said revise principle number 3 to wrap in the process. If I'm a resident reading this, I may not know what that is or where that refers to. So I would just ask maybe for clarity for the statement.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Nowicki. In the budget document, the annual budget document, there are a set of business principles that were adopted by council in 2004. And so principle 3, and I know I have it handy somewhere. I might have to go back over to my seat over here to grab that. No, I actually have it right in front of me. Good. So principle 3 is plans and programs should be built for the future and should include regional impacts and regional strategies that utilize neighboring community growth to North Glen's advantage. So there's this set of principles known as business principles in the budget document that were developed to help guide council decision-making through the annual budget process. And so the research that I've done related to future-proofing, because an example would be the 112th ditch work that we've been doing, and more intentional conversations that would be had around what does future-proofing really look like for our city, that I think naturally corresponds with life cycle costing, which is a separate strategic plan idea. So there's some interconnectedness, but I went ahead and called out this specifically because I think it's appropriate for council to look at these principles, not only just solely number 3, but 3 related to future-proofing, and really have a conversation about what does future-proofing mean to you as a council? What does that look like for our city? Yes.
Okay, so is that going to be in the actual document?
In terms of what specifically? Everything I just said?
Yeah, revised principle number 3. I guess should we spell out principle number 3?
Oh, we could. I didn't in order to keep the length condensed, but I certainly can, yeah, if council would like to.
Again, I don't want to make it any longer and any more kind of, I want a resident to be able to come to it, someone with, a high school education, to be like, okay, this is exactly what this means.
Got it. Okay.
2.22 is listed in 2027. I would like to move that up to 2026, or I would propose that we move that up to 2026. Because it looks like the last resident survey that was done in 2021. And before that, one was done in 2019, so, to kind of get on a 2-year clip. And 2021 was kind of the height of COVID. At that time, it had demonstrated, it was statistically significant that North Glen was less safe, according to residents. They felt it was less safe, and their neighborhood was less a place to live, and North Glen as a whole was less a place to live. So I really want to kind of reevaluate that. And I think the sooner we can kind of do that, the better. So I would like to propose that we move it up to 2026.
How much that would cost us?
Yeah.
Back when we did the 2021 survey, I want to say it was in the ballpark of $45,000 by the time the project was completed. Now that is a approach that we took at that point in time based on my recommendation and partnering with National Research Center, which has since merged with Polco. They have the National Citizen Survey tool is what they call it. So it's benchmark data that you have access to. I think prior to doing any step forward in terms of what does the tool look like, I think there's a philosophical conversation with council that needs to be had about what is the goal of administering a survey, what type of survey approaches are out there today compared to when we last did the survey, what kind of questions would council want to ask. At the time we did work with NRC, that was one of the better survey tools out there. We did have received feedback that it was, and we went back and forth in terms of trying to keep it as condensed as possible in terms of number of pages. But I would say over 2 survey cycles that we've administered since I've been manager, we've seen a dip in overall survey response compared to prior years, prior to the break in time of administering the survey. So I think we'd want to do research and really figure out what are the better tools out there that I don't know about right now, other than issue-specific surveys that can be done via text message. And so it could be that we want to use a company like Magellan Strategies that's very well known for texting survey platform, as well as issue-specific surveys that they've done around advancing different tax increase or issue-specific initiatives on ballots.
I think for that reason, then it makes sense to me that we give it the time necessary to do the research. We wouldn't just want to jump in just for the sake of jumping in. I also just know as like a middle-aged person, we're over-surveyed. We are constantly getting surveys, like whether it's from the school district or from where you've eaten. Kaiser wants your feedback. So we're often over-surveyed, and I know I've said this before, but, this rings true in my line of work. It's the people who often have something negative to say that are saying things in the survey. So I think also one thing we can really judge on is our day-to-day and just our contact with our constituents and with our community members. And we do have some complaints, but we also have a lot of positive things coming our way and a lot of positive notes about staff or how our city's going. So I think that's important as well. But oftentimes those aren't the people who are filling out the survey.
So, sorry, Megan.
I'm just gonna second what City Manager Geyer said. Like, I would just love to have like a study session or something on this to talk about like what are we surveying and why, sort of thing. I think 2027 makes a lot more sense, just from like everything that's happening. Just give it some time. Let's just, you know what I mean? I just think we don't want things that, I want like better, pure data. And I think 2027 is a much better opportunity for that. Of like, if the goal is to measure happiness, so to say, you know what I mean? Something like that. I think like, I guess like what is it, especially this is, and it's interesting too that this is a new resident survey. So I don't know if I took it as like people who were new to North Glen versus like a new survey.
A new tool, a new survey tool.
I read it wrong. I thought it was like, oh, that's interesting. As our population is turning over, a new resident survey, as we're building all these new places, that's interesting to me. So
So can we do like a thumbs up or thumbs down? Because I feel like we're coming to, not necessarily coming to consensus one way or the other on some of these things.
Well, we're talking about the survey, right? And so you're recommending that it's moved up to 2025?
Yes.
Is there a compromise, because it's right now, it's at 2027?
Oh, I said move it up to 2026.
Okay. And if we're recommending not doing it, it's because of the cost?
I would say like cost and vibes.
I'm just like the research. I don't want us to just jump into it
Yeah.
or have staff jump through hoops to get something done that we could do much better in 27. And I agree, many times, in our panorama survey, people aren't necessarily upset with us. They're upset with the world around them. And we're going to hear about it.
Right, but everything's going to be better in 2026.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I'm like, to that line of thinking, it doesn't matter when we do it.
Right, and I do think they have statistical ways, or I would hope they have ways of weeding out kind of unhelpful information. Ways, she shakes her head.
You did it all.
Yeah, you get it.
I mean, to me, it's kind of frustrating to spend all this money on a survey and we just get so few people responding no matter what we do.
Yeah, we could send out a survey
The
monkey.
Ice Board was doing a survey initially, and we had a QR code thing that people could scan, and at all these events and stuff, we had to sign, and it seemed like that was pretty successful, but, it's just very frustrating to spend all that money, and then especially when you hear from residents that, oh, I didn't know you were doing this, or, how, nobody ever listens to me, but then when we do something like this, it's so hard to get a response.
So then
Okay.
it's not real data.
But I do want to draw you guys back to the survey that we did in 2021. We had a 10% response rate, and then they said the results are statistically significant and can be considered a valid representation.
That's their claim.
Well, again, are we gonna?
10% of our residents, I don't
Sure,
know.
but
Well, here's my
Yeah.
question, though. Well, maybe it's to our city clerk. What % of our residents vote?
It depends on the election.
In an odd election, it's lower in the 30% range. Presidential election is much, much higher. So it really just depends on the time.
That's good. I appreciated the survey last time. We looked at it, we dug into it. There were pieces that echoed direct feedback we get from residents. I would much rather keep a survey in this. I think we need to have a survey. Because often we come right here because one person sent us an email. But then we don't want to do a survey? I think we have to do a survey. I think it's super important. And I think we have to do the survey, and I think we have to put the results back out to the community and say, hey, this is what you told us, and this is what it's going to look like, because we have committed to being responsive. But if we don't ever ask them what's going on, and I'm okay with them only telling me what they're upset about. There's always a place for celebrations and for them to, offer appreciation for things that are going on. But sometimes the people that take those surveys, that's the only way they communicate with us. And then they move on with their day, right? But they really do want better snow removal was one of the big ones. And then we took action on that, and that was a big deal.
Great example, yeah.
So I tend to think that it should be moved up. I would say staff can tell us when the best time is, if you can't pull it off in 2026. Is it something that there's not enough runway to get it done? Or can we, as we've done in other areas, can we put it at the top of 2027?
Can we move city project bus tours to 2027 and put resident survey where city project bus tours is?
I
You
prefer
can-
that, actually. That was on my list, but
You want city project?
no, I appreciate the support, the swap.
Okay.
Yes.
Quick question. I agree that we need the survey. Where I'm concerned is moving it up to the tip of 2027, I think would be good. But It says here, partnering with a company that provides tech survey capabilities, so I'm wondering if that's part of needing a little bit more time, because I kind of agree with Councilmember Burns and Roper were saying, let's do it right, especially if we're gonna roll out something that can reach more varied demographic of residents. So that, I guess it's a question, like how much time, and does that make it less feasible for something in 2026? Just a curiosity.
Diana, I'm looking at you because you would do the lion's share of the work on this. Given that you would have website in 2026, this year we have, we've had the events conversation, so that wasn't part of when we place things. Do you think we'd have some time to do the research this year? So we'd have a package request for 2026 budget, and then we can see. And we could probably have a study session conversation with council towards the end of this year is what I'm thinking, to have that philosophical conversation, because, I've got texting platform here as a recommendation, and it could be that we keep a written or online survey, and we do end up working with a company like Polco. There's pros and cons to it, like I mentioned on the onset of my comments. However, we do need to do the research because, and then really be intentional about what do we do with the data and the feedback. And the mayor shared great examples of how we have worked with the data in the past, because that's the whole point, is to improve service delivery and help us identify where are we hitting the mark, where are we not. Knowing that there's always things that happen outside of our control from an economic perspective, nationwide perspective in terms of societal events. So do you think we could do something in terms of research in 2025 and then put it in 2026 with the website as part of what I'm trying to reconcile in my head?
I do want to put the caveat in that I've always worked on surveys. I have never been the lead. The assistant to the city manager was before me.
And then I was
and
before,
then you were.
yeah.
So I'm not sure on what being the lead entails. But if it's an RFP process, if it's getting bids, I think it definitely needs to be on the year that we're not trying to upgrade our website and integrate it with other things. Could we research it this year? Yes. Doing an RFP for something to happen in 2026, I think it's a little bit of a push.
Yeah.
And I am a little bit biased in that I feel like our previous survey, I think the survey world is changing because we're surveyed a lot. And the 10% was statistically significant, which I liked, but I would have liked to have seen much higher participation. And it isn't like we didn't make the effort to get a higher participation. In the past, they just did the mail ones and phone ones. And then this, because we wanted higher participation, we actually marketed it on our platforms and tried to get more people who didn't necessarily get asked to do the survey to participate in the survey, and still didn't get the response that we wanted. And I mean, you can make the argument that people don't answer because they're not upset, right? But I would like to see some companies that have better response rates and what they did to get those response rates, which would take some homework.
So all of that to say, likely we wouldn't be able to administer the survey until 2027. However, we could start doing research this year, do an RFP, and have the process. So it might be that we go ahead and bring forward a package request in 2026 for a survey, but I think this is one of those items we could be flexible on if council's open to that in either late 2026 or early 2027. I would likely, based on the workload that communication and engagement would have, I would likely need to be the lead like I did a few years ago on this effort, which is doable depending on what other things I need to be lead on.
Just one clarifying question with regard to that. Would we revisit the purpose of the survey and what information is important before that, or because it's kind of it's chunked together?
It is, and so we would, based on tonight's conversation, I would flesh that out in terms of additional action steps. So it would be have a study session conversation with City Council, do Research 2025, have a philosophical conversation with Council in 2025, put an RFP out in 2026 with the goal of having the survey administered in early 2027 or late 2026.
How do you feel about that?
I'm okay.
I can tell you, Councilmember Nowicki, there's no way for us to do this in be ready to do the survey in 2026.
Just saying, it only gives me 1 year to turn things around if it's been. I'm just kidding.
Did you have anything further? No. Okay. Councilmember Jaramillo? Okay. Councilmember Goff?
Thank you, Mayor. So, and just this recent discussion here, it made me want to go back to where we were talking about moving the Justice Center to whatever, bottom of the list of that section, and I don't see that written there, so I just want to make sure that wasn't forgotten. So, but the reason I thought of that is that if we're talking here, we got the city project bus tour, which it didn't sound like there was a lot of excitement for, but that's like the first one. Well, sorry, that's number 10. I changed my mind. I forgot to look at the first page, but I just didn't know if we want, oh, well, that's for 2026. Yeah, I don't know if we wanted to have that right at the top there for 2026, if that's like not a big exciting thing. Maybe the city website update should be first on the 2026 list.
Do you have any other thoughts for high-performance government?
Not that, let's see, I think everything I was going to say has already been said. So no.
Okay. Councilmember Kondo, are you still there? There you are.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am alive and well.
You're what? You're good on this area?
No, I am alive and well.
Oh,
You asked
good.
me if I'm true. I have two swaps. The first of which is swapping 2.7 with 2.14. And 2.14 is the application for the All-American City Award, which in the narrative it says that the 2025 award theme is based on strengthening environmental sustainability. And I'm just saying to myself, given that we are now in hopefully a core building, a net zero building, why wouldn't we want to apply for the All-America City Award in 2025?
For several reasons, and Brooke, you can come up here, and if we need to have this be a discussion item, we can certainly do that here in the near future. So I had advanced that this opportunity exists based on the theme. So every year, the organization puts out the theme, and then you put in a letter of interest, or you submit a form of interest, and then you go through a series of educational webinars. I would need to go back and look if we still have that window of time. I do know from talking with my colleagues at the City of Wheat Ridge, because they pursued the All-America City Award a short time after I had left Wheat Ridge to come up here, because it was on my horizon when I was at Wheat Ridge to take that step. It is a significant lift of staff time, and there are dollars associated. So where we have it placed gave us room to really dive into what is it that we need staffing-wise to be successful in application of the award, the program. If we're going to do this, we're going to do it, and we're going to win from my perspective, and that's my competitiveness. But because I know from my colleagues that you do have to go in and expend a lot of staff time and money, that you need to be in it. So I relied on staff to really, and Mara Owen, our sustainability coordinator, had conversation with the staffing, and so because we're in the middle of our climate action and resilience plan development, there is a whole set of actions and data that we will have a couple years out after council, assuming council adopts that plan, that we don't have to put forward. So staff's recommendation was we're not ready yet, and that's why it's teed up the way it is as a recommendation in this plan. I'll fall back on, I don't want to prematurely apply for an award and have staff dedicate time that then, we hear feedback at the tail end or through the award program process that we didn't have enough to really substantiate. My impression, and Brooke can correct me if I'm wrong, it's about a comprehensive demonstration beyond having a net zero city hall. We need data to show what the net zero city hall has resulted in, the core certification. We need the action steps move forward. So we started implementing the glass recycling program this year ahead of where it's at in the plan, and we'll get to that a little bit later. We need good hard data on that. There's the composting program that council wants to revisit. That's part of this discussion. So anything to add to that, Brooke? In addition to all the other work your staff is doing that.
Right. So I was just checking through because we had a lengthy back and forth exchange on this via email. And so the theme of the program this year is strengthening environmental sustainability through inclusive community engagement. And Mara went through and did an analysis on, and basically what this award program focuses on, the efforts you've done in the last 5 to 10 years. And I don't know that based on what we've done from a community engagement and inclusivity standpoint for environmental aspects that we're there yet. I think our climate action resilience plan will be a step in that right direction. But I think where we would be with what we've done up to this point, we're probably not nationally competitive, is kind of the summation of what we came to and why we chose not to pursue it this year.
Understand. So if we wait till 2026, then the criteria will probably be different, right? It'll be a different theme.
The theme will be different, yes.
Yeah, that's our understanding.
So, okay, gotcha. I just, when we were, again, at City Summit, stopped by the NLC table and, told them our situation, the fact that we were gathering data to be able to apply for course certification, the people that were there at the desk, and who knows if they really were informed, about the whole process, but they said it wasn't a showstopper and that they really thought we should apply. But what do I know? I had one other swap to propose. And then it's swapping 2.18 with 2.20. So this one is accelerating or moving up 1 year the Adams District 12 partnership. And that would displace the Anythink Library District engagement through 2027. But the notion is, if we're going to go ahead and do the Northland Police Department cadet program in 2026, we ought to, moving this up to 2026 should actually be in alignment with all the other initiatives that we're doing with District 12.
Thank you, Councilmember Kondo, for that recommendation. I would say that staff would recommend leaving Anythink Library District engagement where it's at, because that's at the discretion and initiative of Anythink Library, so it's not really a swapping situation. It would be a question of council. Do you want to move future forward into 2026? And I have Allison as the lead economic development. Do you have some thoughts on that, Allison? Do you want to come forward, please?
Yes. The question for me?
And the question from Councilmember Kondo is the Future Forward Adams 12 partnership expansion is slated in 2027. Can we move that to 2026?
I think so. And, we've had some conversations already with, related to their P-TECH program and how we can support students that are in need of support in terms of job shadowing and mentorship. And so I think that's kind of a natural fit with that. So
Okay. So that's doable if council would like us to do that.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Yes, okay.
You want to move that to 2026?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Councilmember Goff, did you go?
No, yeah, I did.
Sorry,
I thought you
I'm
did.
out of order. Councilmember Roper?
I'm fine.
You're good. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Gosh, let me see, I think everything was covered. I have my notes here. I had a question on the city project bus tours. Is that a strategic plan item? I'm just trying to understand what that is, or is that just, I don't know, does that have to be a part of the strategic plan? I mean, it's a great idea, but I'm just curious as to why that's in there.
It would be a new thing that we haven't done to celebrate our successes and completion of major infrastructure projects. It is an idea that I advanced through the process because I've become aware of it through, not only experienced it when I worked at the city of Greenwood Village, but I know the city of Centennial does this, these bus tours where their council and staff, key staff members go out and they look at different projects. So it doesn't have to be in this plan. You can remove it. And if council wants to do something this year, we can figure out timing or next year.
I mean, I love the idea. I'll let everybody speak, but I know, like, even the mayor and I, we have had conversations, kind of like
We
what
have
we
a
did
bus
last year,
now.
where we did our council group thing together and we visited different businesses. I think it's a fabulous idea. I was just curious if it's a strategic plan idea, but that was just my, my question on that. And then the other thing I was trying to understand was the annual all-city training day. What does that entail?
Tamara, do you want to come up
2.21.
to speak to this? I believe this was your idea that you advanced.
So as we were sitting, putting ideas on the pad, I just had an idea for an all-city training day. We have many staff who don't get away to go to training, to go to conferences. I'm specifically thinking of maybe public works employees. And so there was another organization that I saw actually put on an all-city training so that their staff could come, not have to go very far to get training on customer service or specific skills for their jobs. So it was an idea to have something here on site that all employees could take advantage of.
Okay, cool. I don't have any opinions on moving anything sooner just because of budget concerns. So everything else looks fine where it is right now, except that I would also hope the city website gets moved up a little bit. But that's it. Thank you.
I just wanted to jump in and shout out the innovation team again. Does that have to stay in 2027?
No, I was actually going to circle back as we recap what's been moved around and get clarification. Do you want to move that up to 2020? I can't fully stand up the team by the end of 2025. I can get it going in 2025. So if you want to move it to 2025 with the caveat that I would clarify language, it gets underway and I'm able to identify staff who want to be part of it, send them to training, and then, so I need training dollars, and then we actually start utilizing the techniques as a result of the training in 2026. That's probably doable.
Okay. Can you go back a slide really quickly? Because we have 2025 items and not a whole lot of funding for it. And so I guess my concern is the TBD, where is that going to come back to us? Or when is it going to come back to us if there's no funding set aside for all those items?
So under 2.2 specifically, those items will come back to council through the 2026 budget process, which we can spell out. So those items are going to be any recommended changes to our 80-hour rule, increased retirement, contributions to staff,
Should they be moved to the year that we're going to pay for them?
We can if you'd like it to be that way. I put it in this year because of the research aspects of it,
Okay.
but we can shift it however council would like.
I think it makes sense to me to put it in the right fiscal year. I don't know, does that not make sense? Maybe,
check
no,
that.
doesn't matter?
Or do you have an opinion?
So along those lines, I think that there's several things throughout the entire document that are things that are going to be talked about starting at a certain period. We can go clear back to like the Family Justice Center conversation.
Okay.
Like those things are kind of ongoing discussion items that may or may not be funded at some point. And I think that throughout the document, you'll notice that there's several of those that are,
Okay.
and I think that we don't want to like lose touch of those to say, if we're looking at the document and bring it forward in 2025 in May for the budget,
Okay.
and somebody comes back and says, well, that's not until 2026. So I think that it's not perfectly aligned, but that was the reason why.
Okay. Okay, I just noticed there was a lot of things that weren't funded, so I'm just wondering if, aside from 2.6, if there was anything that really just needed to be taken out for now? I mean, some of it may not be. 2.3, we haven't really talked about. Is that something that can be rolled into 2.1? Or is it a separate?
It's a separate conversation. From what I understand and how the idea was advanced, and I think there were multiple ideas, comments included on the Padlet around code enforcement.
No, not code enforcement, sorry, CCPP.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. 2.3 could be removed. I left it in there because that was specifically elevated by a council member, not staff. So if you want to remove that, we can remove it. I mean, that's a conversation that council would need to have at some point this year.
I was just surprised no one mentioned it, so.
Yeah.
I forgot to.
Okay.
I just feel like maybe, can it just be like part of our boards and commissions discussion?
It wouldn't be part of board and commission training, because that's really empowering them and clarifying. And so this would need to be a separate conversation about, my understanding from the idea is, what's their purpose? Are they functioning as council intended them to function, and so forth?
I don't think it's a strategic priority. I think it's like an action item that they are leading and we assist. So I think it can leave.
I was thinking about that. I think it comes off, but I still think it needs to be a discussion.
Can you add that? We'll add it to the tentative future agendas and we'll remove it from this section.
Okay, and then, let's see. Oh, I also had a question about the city project bus tours. I didn't think that needed to be on here. That seems like just
It can be
something you guys
removed.
do.
Okay.
But I would take that off. And I think the rest of it we have covered. Huh, 2 things down, can you believe it? Okay.
2 of 6.
Infrastructure, let's go. We got it, we're in the groove now.
And did you say yes consensus to what I suggested for innovation team?
Yes.
Okay. So innovation team, we'll move it up to 25 because we'll start the research and then what's that? It is innovation team is 2.19. Thanks, Jason. And then I captured the change in terms of adding marketing. Okay. Keep going?
Yep, infrastructure.
Moving right along. So 2 slides on this strategic focus area. This is where we make a transition to more of these action items being budgeted in the capital CIP. budget, given that they're infrastructure related. And so for 2025, the futsal court was advanced, and Amanda's here and can share more about that. And we did put the corresponding fund over on the right side. So this is the one slide in the next couple of slides where you see the mix of funds different than, say, the previous slides where you see general fund. We have the 112th Avenue drainage. We plugged in the $19 million, and we noted that there is no funding for that project. However, we're pursuing it, and we have had made good progress. Sarah can share more. Based on a meeting after we presented to council, we met with a gentleman with the state department that oversees hazard mitigation, and it's possible. It's going to take some work, but possible to secure funding for that project. And then you have going into, jumping back to 2025 for a minute, the stormwater fee evaluation, wastewater treatment plant, long-range plans, and then long-term building maintenance plan. Those are presented the way they are because through every budget cycle we'll bring projects that are feasible forward. So we don't have specific action steps that are included in the wastewater treatment plant, long-range plan, for example, of what's, being advanced. That's already included in the 2025 budget, and that'll continue in out years as well. So when you jump down to 2026, a priority was advanced to maintain the PCI rating of 70, which I think we need to remove the percent there for the PCI index rating, but the amount would be 2.5 is what we need to allocate, which means that we'll be using that additional funding that will come into the general fund in 2026 to help increase the amount available for roadway rehabilitation for residential roads in 2026. The Pocket Spaces program, a number of $100,000 was identified, but it's not funded. And then park amenity replacement, we have as funded with $500,000 because that's based on the prioritization council did with the sales tax measure in terms of prioritizing funding park amenities beginning in 2026. So I'll stop there.
Okay, so, Councilmember Walker has notes on 3.13, concerned about the widening of sidewalks. And he says he'd be more interested in widening streets that are long overdue, like 112th east of Washington. But doesn't really support the wider sidewalks. It looks like on here, it's an evaluate them. I don't know what the cost would be. I also do not think widening sidewalks is reasonable. So if it was an action item and a way to say, yes, we're actually gonna do this, that, I don't know. But that's his point. And then 3.19, he's talking about closing it at night makes more sense than exploring this fully. And these are 2 years down the road. So those were just the two comments there. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you. Okay, so just for super clarity, the futsal court, we got funding for that. We agreed to put $50,000 of the budget, and then we are looking for matching funding. That's what this is telling me.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, that is correct. I don't think we need a futsal court, especially if we're using 50,000 of our own dollars towards it. No offense, I know. Sorry, Jody.
In that same point, have residents asked for this?
So it is an item that came up through the long-range planning process with Playbook. We have it identified at Larson Glen Park as a relatively underutilized park space that doesn't have a lot of amenities. So the items that were identified there as part of that Playbook process included the futsal court as well as some additional fitness amenities, leaving the basketball court in place.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my point of view, is that I don't think we should spend $50,000 on a futsal court. I go to that park a lot. I don't know, maybe it would be used a decent amount, but I don't know. That's just my perspective.
Jody, can you convince us?
Are you thinking of Larson Glen or Larson?
Absolutely.
Larson Glen.
I do think it would be a great, often one thing that comes up is our youth, specifically kids who age out of our rec center programs. And if you don't know futsal, it's huge. And I think it would be a huge hit in our community and would bring people outside of our community inside, which would support our businesses here. There could be tournaments. I mean, it's a huge cultural piece. And it's just a place, again, where kids can belong, teenagers can belong. It's very fast game, so there's no standing around, there's no shenanigans. They're playing hard soccer.
And it's more enticing than cell phones?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, because also the academic piece of it, it's similar in some regards to pool. You need to know geometry and angles. You have to know that to be able to place your shot. And I mean, if you think about the indoor soccer arena off 112th,
Right.
that has people there till I've played there, not recently, but I've played there at midnight before. And it's just because that's the only time to play. So I think it's a huge phenomena here, and especially we're getting a women's Denver team. So, soccer is only going to continue to grow. And, if you go to some of our parks or our schoolyards, the kids have played there till the grass is dead because they've played there so much. So a futsal court is a place that could be clean, safe. They're kind of kept in one spot. I think it would be a great benefit for us. And we're getting the equipment. Yes, 50,000 is a lot, but we're getting it, it's very discounted for what, if we went and built it all on our own.
One element of those park improvements, and staff are exploring the programming elements of that as well, knowing that there needs to be a programming piece. It's not one of those pieces of equipment or courts that you just put out and they come to it. We would develop that programming piece as well.
Sure, I'd love to see a program then of how we're going to promote it, what does the staff time look like to do all of that. I'd rather have wider sidewalks.
Well, I don't think that's a comparable ask.
No.
For sure, but I agree with Councilmember Roper that this is an offering that we don't have in our city. And when we talk about leaning in to the diverse community that we have, this meets a need. I've seen it, it's very cool. So I support it.
I agree, it's cool. I my sister was a soccer player. I played field hockey myself. I don't know. That was just my 2 cents, was $50,000 of our own budget money seems like a lot for it, but sure.
But I think we're also investing in our future. We're investing in our future
There you go.
generations. So.
Love that. Okay. See, I think something that is super interesting is the pocket spaces. However, I do wonder if that happens in 2026 or it happens after the development of our civic campus, to have a better look at the city of where things might need. I'm thinking specifically the back drainage corner, just to have a better idea of what the city kind of finally looks like, to be able to do that. Just a thought that I had, that maybe it should be tied to the civic campus development plan. I think we talked about 3.14 already, when we talked about North Glen image enhancement, it's really city branding and ethos. Streetlight gaps I love. So I also had a 3.19 with the I-25 pedestrian bridge. I don't think we close it at night, but I walk on it. I walked on it all summer, and it's slightly terrifying, but like it's not that bad. I mean, I take my kids on it in their stroller. Like I think it's fine. I think we can push it out till 2029 even, or just like think about funding. I'd rather see if there's can be grant funding for that or something that we can focus on. Apparently the walkability of 3.13 evaluation is not very popular. I think it's great. I would love to see that happen in 2026. And so 2029, the first mile, last mile. So again, this is like where I need like the Gantt chart in my head. Is this like we are starting conversations? Because I know we've had RTD come and like speak to us. So like sort of, I would just love a little bit more information on this from like a long-term, or would this come out of like our walking study and sort of like, how do these two items tie together?
Good evening again. I think first last mile is really something about a policy direction for council to sort of work with RTD on trying to figure out how to provide better service, because the current RTD service does not serve our underserved Title VI population. And where we really think the biggest challenges that we see in terms of our need for RTD service is the first and last mile, which ties back into our bike ped mobility plan, which also is a reference to the walkability assessment and also the wider sidewalk aspect.
Okay, cool. So we're leaving it in 2029, Gantt charting it. It's kind of like happening in the background.
Yeah, and I do know that RTD has, in the recent past, has been talking about providing more direct input from subregions to be able to help facilitate and understand what those needs are. And one of the cornerstone efforts for us is our comprehensive transportation plan that we're going to try to get going here soon, is to really have more of a technical basis to support that argument, to help move that forward from a policy standpoint.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Councilmember Nowicki?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've hit some of the points that I wanted to bring up. The long-term, 3.8 long-term building maintenance plan. I just had a question about, I had written flesh it out a little bit to kind of explain its develop an ongoing maintenance and replacement plan for vertical infrastructure. So I don't know what that means. So I'm assuming that our residents don't as well. So I would just like to see that fleshed out a little bit.
What was the number again?
3.8,
Fencing?
long-term building maintenance plan.
So just very briefly, that's kind of, we do have 3 new buildings in the past several years. And one of the things that we want to do is really develop a long-term outlook and plan for HVAC replacement, carpet replacement, those types of things. So really just the general maintenance of the buildings to really document it and make sure that we have a plan. So we could probably fill in a couple words on that.
Okay, cool.
I think was what you're asking.
Yes, that's it, yeah. I believe that is it.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did have a question about the Northland Playbook implementation. So it says that it is not started and it's not currently funded. I just wanted to know, like, since that is what we've been working on for quite a amount of time now, what's that timeline looking like?
So again, most of those items are staff time. So there isn't a specific budget item that's associated with it that isn't already or noted in the capital improvement plan. So we've kind of got two pieces there. We've got our capital improvements that are part of that implementation plan. We had talked when we talked in December, when we did the adoption of that plan, the first two steps are to complete our programming plan and to complete our marketing and communications plan. And those are both things that will be done in-house through 2025.
Great, thank you for that information. And I also see the park amenity replacement on 3.12, so it's good to see as well. Another question, it's been brought up too on 3.18 for city fencing updates. It's brought up in there that new requests were made for locations on both sides of 112th. I think there's a larger need there than the complete replacement of Washington. I understand that, there is wear and tear and everything, but I do see the need there on 112th, and that's really, another introduction to Northglenn from the east on 112th between York and Washington. And I could even see that going all the way along the M line as well. But I'm sure a lot of my colleagues take this road to get here from Fox Run or maybe it's their backyard, so.
Yeah, maybe just wrap it into the 19 million for the 112.
Yeah, 19 million, sheesh,
We'll make it a 19.5.
Yeah, so so that's in 2027. Is that the plan for Washington Street, or is that?
It is probably important to note that our existing fencing is nearing the end of its useful life. So when we had it stained and sealed a few years ago, they kind of started warning us at that point in time that we really needed to be looking towards replacement. We did a very small section in 2023. I believe it was 2023. We did not do any fencing replacement in 2024, and I believe we picked that back up in the 5-year CIP in 2026.
Okay.
As of right now.
And
but we will continue to see, they're in excess of 20 to 25 years old. So we're just starting to see deterioration as that continues to age.
Okay. And then I had a question about 3.24. That's the first and last mile connection to mass transit. Does that also include the M line where it goes to East Lake? It's in the proximity of Carl's Farm. Would that include that area as well?
Walking a long way. The answer is yes. First and last mile is really about people being able to get to either basic services or to work or to school. So the idea is like a call and ride. A lot of call and ride service for folks who are disabled who need to get to a doctor's appointment. We call that first and last mile.
Okay.
So let's just say somebody wants to work downtown and they want to get to the end line. There's a mile between there and that makes it impractical at times for people who want to do that. So when we talk about first and last miles, how do we get to those mobility hubs, like the one like Wagon Road and like the end line and its stations that we have in its proximity to going back and forth. So that's really what we're talking about when we talk about first and last miles. How do we get to those mobility hubs, and how do we get to those basic services for those who don't have reliable transit?
Great. Well, thank you for that.
Say all that again.
Yes. And first and last mile is about mobility, about getting people who are disabled to doctor's appointments, as well as being able to get people to mobility hubs.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And I'm glad to see that street lighting gaps are included on here too. And I see that we're going to be working along with Excel. Met with their person who works in our district, for lack of a better term. Been, talking to him for, different times I've met with him. But, yeah, I'd really love to see that, happen pretty soon, especially. I've mentioned this for years, along where the apartments are at, Webster Lake Park, the homes there by the Vega Apartments and everything, just a huge need. I think that'll really diminish a lot of the crime that does occur there. So I'm glad to see that on there. Just a clarifying comment, the I-25 pedestrian bridge would be like 120th, like not the bridge going, I mean the tunnel going under, it'd be 120th, not the one at the,
over to Cincinnati's.
yeah, not that one, it's a
Yeah.
different,
It
it'd be a
would-
different bridge.
Yeah, this would be a bridge closer to 120th.
Yeah.
To allow us to remove access to the tunnel.
Yeah,
So this idea is to address the ongoing challenges we have with the tunnel.
Yeah.
So this is the thing that we talked about. So this is not the pedestrian thing that we talked about with the parks.
It
That
is.
connectivity?
It is related to, yes. Yeah, and that's why my understanding from Councilmember Walker's recommendation is to block it off at night. And that was an idea that was discussed. Council provided staff direction to move forward with cameras, lighting enhancements. So this idea was advanced in the strategic plan because it's more of a long-term. It is a very costly idea. But it would mean that pedestrians, cyclists would go above highway to cross I-25. You would not go through the tunnel to get access from west to east, east to west.
Okay, I don't know. I think our tunnel is fine, but thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, a question regarding 3.3. The way it's written right now, it tends to lead me to believe that we are going to go ahead and make an event center at Stonehawker Farmhouse at the farm site. And I just want clarification. I thought we're still in the middle of doing really the market study and the assessment. So can anyone comment about that from staff?
Director Sabota, Ken?
It's not even my section. I'm kidding. So for Stonehawker, we did do the market analysis, and we did come up with the fact that based on the expectations that the foundation had put forward in terms of what they were originally thinking, that was not going to be economically viable. I believe there was comments at that presentation. It might have been Councilmember Goff was asking, is there something else we can do on a smaller scale that would perhaps better serve the needs? And I think that's what this item's now reflecting.
Okay, because the language says construct a small event center. So it seems like it's kind of like we've already decided we're going to go ahead and build an event center. So I would recommend some clarifying language on that.
And I think, sorry, when we've talked about it, we also were talking about making it not like the Bank One Center, but making it more just like a barn that could also be more historically accurate to the original barn that was there.
Correct. We can certainly add clarifying language. We have funding to be determined. So the initial conversation, we can add that there was a conversation on X date with council, clarification in terms of the direction of scope of the event center. Apologies, we didn't catch that. And then, determination and approval of, Brooke will bring something back to council at a future point, and then whether or not the funding's available to accomplish what that recommendation looks like would be the to be determined.
And Councilmember Kondo, I think if you change construct to explore, that addresses your concern.
Yes. Now, I do have a swap recommendation. and that is to swap between 3.23 and 3.24. And I'd like to just make a comment about that first last mile connection to mass transit, as that is one of the initiatives that I had put into Padlet. And, you know, the notion was that there are companies out there with autonomous electric vehicles, vans in particular, that are already beta testing and working on with communities to get funding to be able to establish this first last mile connection. And the intent is to do that for infirm people and elderly folk, those people who are unable to drive a vehicle. And basically the company that I had seen, May Mobility, was looking for communities that would be willing to provide basically a small footprint to be able to support their operations, i.e., you know, vehicle sort of maintenance location, if you will, as well as a parking area for their fleet. So that was kind of the initial idea or concept behind this whole first and last mile idea that I had proposed. And it seems like it's kind of evolved to something a little bit more, how should I say this, more complex, involving multiple agencies.
Any comments from council on trading out 23 and 24?
Do you have any concerns?
Yeah, it's a good question. It may not need to be a trade. Can we just move it up to 2028?
We can, yes.
I mean, it is, the partnership piece is critical, and so I think starting the conversation is important, but we may not have control.
Yes, ma'am. You know, that was part of the rationale for why I felt like it would be important to get the ball rolling with the dialogue and engagement. Because the more we wait, then, you know, the longer it's going to take to really realize this vision.
Well, I think that was the question I asked in the very beginning, was this like a Gantt chart thing where this is sort of happening in the background and this is sort of like where it just kind of hits? That was my initial thing with the first mile, last mile as well, and I believe Director Spavoda said that, yes, that is the case.
That it's ongoing right now?
Yeah.
Right. But I think it's important to move it up. It shows that it's more of a priority to us than a long-range plan.
I'm fine with moving it up, yeah.
Okay. There you
So
go.
we've moved that up to
For that.
2028?
Councilmember Goff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to repeat what Councilmember Burns said about our walkability evaluation. I do think it's important to look at the possibility of widening sidewalks. I know it's probably going to be outrageously expensive, but there are other things under that as well, such as adding benches along the trails and things like that. So I'm very happy to see that in there, and I don't think we need to do anything with that. Except maybe, I don't know if that fits under, I was just curious as to why we have North Glen Playbook implementation. Well, it must be getting late. But like the futsal court and whatever, 3.12, the park amenity replacement, aren't those part of the playbook implementation? So I'm just kind of curious about why they were pulled out separately.
I was trying to keep ideas somewhat true to the origin and how the author of the ideas advanced the idea. So playbook we left as a separate item, knowing that futsal and the amenity pieces were already in motion. And so there's so many other, there were numerous playbook ideas that were advanced, rather, that fall within the playbook arena, that we didn't want to lose sight of advancing playbook ideas through the annual budget process. And that was something that I can't remember who during the playbook conversation did ask that question. How do we keep track and how do we know all of these recommendations are coming forward? And that's certainly work that Amanda and her team will do on an annual basis. So certainly if council wanted us to combine those, we could. The park amenity piece, I would recommend be kept separate because that's ongoing maintenance that we have not invested what we need to invest in that. So I wouldn't want that to be, I mean, it's all part of the parks budget. But we advanced addressing park amenities through that 2022 strategic planning conversation because those are visible amenities, benches, trash cans, pavilions, et cetera, that we hear feedback from our residents and we ourselves see we can do better. That really would improve the aesthetics of our park and recreation spaces. So I'd recommend that be kept separate, but certainly if council, I mean,
I was just curious. I mean, trying to understand the reasoning. And I think for me personally, opening this up, I think a futsal court, which is, I'm sure is lovely, and I'm looking forward to seeing what that is. I don't know that that should be first on the list. It just seems like.
As far as repurposing.
Yeah, it just seems like a real specific single item. So, I mean, maybe the playbook should be first, or, I mean, I don't know. The civic center evaluation, the 112th drainage, I mean, there's a lot of things that, I think would be considered, important to residents that maybe should be at the top of the list.
and we could take futsal court out because it's already budgeted, so.
Can I mean, yeah, I guess it makes sense. I don't know, infrastructure, I wonder, because I had a question about number 6, the diverse and engaged community. There's the diverse component to it, but engaged community to me felt a little more parks and recreation than infrastructure. So I wasn't sure if some of those parks pieces would be better suited to engaging the community, right? The futsal court would do that. The playbook would do that. So it just felt odd to me that it was in infrastructure, but I'm jumping ahead of my turn, so. Just a thought, because I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also a possibility. I just didn't think futsal should be number one on this
And
list.
the infrastructure one?
Yeah.
Absolutely not. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Can staff respond to that? Because I was still confusing. I mean, I see the definition includes like parks and trails.
It does. So I'll let Amanda speak to whether or not move North Glen Playbook implementation into diverse and engaged community. I think we can remove 3.1. It wasn't put as the first, as in that's the first priority. It's literally, like I said earlier, it's just how things fell and how they were placed. The Padlet generated a report and literally I went 1 to 120 and placed things. So we can certainly remove it or put it down below so council can give specific direction there. And I would just say that I think we do need to keep park amenities separate because that's really tied to that sales tax.
But you could leave them both separate. I just was curious about the reasoning.
But speak to the suggestion about diverse and engaged community.
Certainly. I was just flipping forward to section 6 just to see kind of what else, remind myself of what else was there. I think that playbook could really go in either section, and it sort of touches both. From the capital, I think we were looking at it from the capital projects piece, which is where more of the expense comes into play, and what that looks like over the next 5, 10, 15 years to not only replace our park amenities, which are budgeted separately, but all of those other improvements that you saw in the that kind of final appendix of the plan that really look at how do we improve our park spaces with unique amenities, with up-to-date maintenance, with the creation of new park spaces. And so it has that connection to our infrastructure and the capital piece. I think the development of the plan, definitely, I would have said, fell into that community engagement piece. The implementation just feels a little trickier to me, but I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. I'd be comfortable with either section.
I was just noticing the definition, right? Cultivates diversity, inclusivity, and belonging, and that's almost exactly what Councilmember Roper said about the futsal court.
That's true,
So I thought,
that's true.
maybe it's in the wrong spot. I would be okay sliding parks-related things to the end, so that the infrastructure pieces that are less glamorous are at the forefront of that one, if you want to keep them, because I hear what you're saying about parks amenities. I mean, there's probably crossover on a lot of these. Yeah, I don't know. Back to you, Councilmember Goff.
No, I think that's fine. I have no problem with that. And I don't mind that the futsal court and the, whatever the other one, the park amenities are separate. No, I just was curious about why they were pulled out. So, yeah, I think like the big, muscular projects like the drainage, the 112th drainage, et cetera, should be at the front of infrastructure.
Yeah, I think so too. Just reorganize it.
Put it in 6.
Okay. Councilmember Roper?
Programming, we can't.
No, just your turn. Are you good? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Roper sold me on the futsal court. Sounds awesome, but yeah, I can see that. I agree. I still think it kind of belongs in infrastructure. It has both elements, but maybe moving it, I agree with all of that, and having the heftier infrastructure projects listed first sounds great. I had one question on number 3.20 on ADU grants. And my question is, does this belong in our strategic plan because we specifically removed housing from our strategic plan? And in the beginning of this, it says we want to make sure it aligns with our strategic plan. So my understanding is this is having the city provide a grant program to homeowners to construct ADUs?
To offset the cost is
Right.
how I understand it, yes.
So it makes me feel like we're in the business of housing when we said we removed that. So it's just, it's a thought to everybody here that I don't know that we should be doing that, even though it's a great program. Maybe it's more of, possibly we have ways to help people because there's tax credits and things like that folks can get on their own for ADUs. So that was my main question. I think everybody touched on everything else, so I will not touch on that. Yeah, so it's a.
I'm really glad you brought that up. And every point you make makes a ton of sense. I don't know, again, back to the financing, I mean, this is direct funding from our city budget to provide these grants, and I don't think that's our role.
Right.
I think it should be taken out, but that's just me.
I thought when we talked about it before, it was to be like this, that we were gonna support them in the how-to and the codes, but that we weren't providing funding. Did I
Council, sure, I'll try to clarify. I think council had a conversation related to state legislation and the steps forward in terms of the ordinances that council's going to pass in response to state legislation. However, the funding of grants was advanced through the strategic planning process, so that's been on a separate path. Now they meet in the sense of council's in a position to decide, do you continue to move this idea forward? Do you remove it?
I think we should remove it. As stated, absolutely.
We could continue with the assistance in providing homeowners the pathways they can apply for grants or subsidies.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the ability for residents to create ADUs, to construct them. This is very specific to, we would help offset the cost through some type of program that we would have to stand up and administer and create criteria for, and that's how I understood the idea.
I don't think that's a good
It doesn't seem financially feasible to me, so.
So remove 3.20.
No, okay. Anything else?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. So I just have a couple of things real fast. So we talked about Stonehawker, because I had a question. The way it's phrased is just a little confusing. The second sentence, where it has the initial vision, I think that's clear. But what the path forward is a little unclear. So I just wondered about that. I think reorganizing in a little bit more of a clear way is helpful. So the 3.13, well, I don't believe we should widen our sidewalks. I do understand the study. My concern is that the budget up here, the infrastructure thing, says that assessing that and doing the evaluation comes out of the general fund. And we tend to spend between 60 and 80,000 every time we do a study. And so, although we don't have it have to be determined with a general fund. Typically that's what they're running, and that seems to be a lot of money. And so if my recommendation is that gets moved out a little bit, and that we refine it, because the way it's phrased, it feels like, I don't know, 3.13C should be first, and then B should be second, and then A is like a maybe. I mean, it's just such an unrealistic cost. I know it would be lovely, but it's so, so expensive. And that's like a luxury that possibly Greenwood Village would do, where if we have millions of dollars, we need to be actually investing in our infrastructure and protecting our core services. And, Councilmember Walker was like, you know what you bought when you moved here. I intentionally, good sidewalks was on my list of things when I was house shopping. And so it's a tricky thing, but I don't think it's our responsibility to fix all the sidewalks in the city. So I have a problem with that one. I just think if we're gonna do the concept of a walkability study or a walkability evaluation, I think is fair. I'm just really concerned about the cost of another study. So if we could push it out to a year maybe where we have more money, I don't know. That one is a concern for me.
Can I respond to you, Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
I mean, I hear you, but I do think it is, we own the sidewalks as the city, don't we? They're our property. Do we own the sidewalks? Yeah, so then they are our responsibility. I also think that I don't know, wider sidewalks leads to more accessibility for people in wheelchairs, people with strollers, so it leads into our diversity point. I think it's, if we're talking about building community, we're spending $50,000 on a soccer court when we already have some of those in our city as well. I think it's just I like the futsal court, I really do.
Yeah.
I think this idea of walkability is also really future thinking. I can't, I have the Greenway Trail, but and I have Washington Street, but Grant is a busy street, and you cannot have two people walk. I can't fit my stroller on there, so a wheelchair can also not fit on Grant. I just think what? Okay, that's good for you. I just think I understand it's expensive, but I think walkability is something that would if we go for this small, we say we have this small town feel, walkability to me is a big part of that. If I can't walk anywhere, what am I doing? I guess is my thing. And I'm fine pushing it out. whatever. I think like the thing that I am feeling and like I'm getting prickly about is like what we're prioritizing, and I'm just hearing different opinions when it comes to different, like I don't hear a lot of alignment in our values, I guess, is like I'm hearing differences pop up, and that is like what's bringing up my prickly feelings.
I think for this one, to me, and I agree, I think some of what we're doing is being thoughtful about the budget, and we can handle low-hanging fruit in some cases, but not necessarily something that's gonna be millions of dollars to fix, right? So if we do the study, which I'm fine, and we can do it in 2026, that's gonna be about 80 grand out of the general fund. We've already had conversations about 236 in that same year, and probably 250 for another thing, and then, like, our general fund budget is just climbing.
Yeah.
So we add this study to it, and then it comes back and says, okay, well, you can add a park bench here, which would be fun, and you can add some signage here, which would be fun, but new sidewalks is $50 million. Like, we're not gonna do that. That doesn't even make sense. So it doesn't feel like a priority. I totally hear what you're saying about accessibility, ADU, that kind of thing. But I don't know, I mean, unless I'm totally wrong, do we have sidewalks that are not in compliance
We have.
with accessibility laws?
Well, Brooke.
They're grandfathered in.
Come up and help me with
Oh,
this.
they might be, you're right.
I was gonna say, generally, we have older areas of the city that have shorter, not as wide sidewalks as newer sidewalks. So when you look at Ward 3 in particular, the sidewalk width is different than sidewalks in Fox Run, which was the last major subdivision development in the city. So there's a timing perspective. We have the appropriate regulations, and when we talk about infill redevelopment, the city has the ability to require a property owner or a developer to widen sidewalks when appropriate in particular, which is why we tied in the NURA and the commercial component to it. But do you want to speak more about whether or not we're in compliance?
As far as compliance, the sidewalks we do have meet the minimum standard. That doesn't mean they're very functional. I think part of this conversation came out of more to the point of being able to walk a stroller and feel comfortable in certain spaces. And to your point, Mayor, I don't think that the idea behind this is let's widen all of our what we call Hollywood sidewalks that are in the residential areas. I think part of this is really trying to strengthen what we did in the bike ped mobility study, which is identify corridors to key resources and places that help people who don't have vehicles as their primary mode of mobility to be able to get to those places as part of that. And I think this sort of folds into that first and last mile. It folds into that, hey, how do we get people to the places safely and comfortably? So I think there's a lot of opportunity. We may have some of these building blocks in place already from our previous efforts. It's about refining this and then prioritizing, and then I think being strategic about it. One great example for me, and when we did the road improvement project on 112th between Washington and York, first comments we got was the sidewalk wasn't wide enough. It doesn't feel comfortable. It's like I can't ride my bike and someone's walking the other way. Those are areas where we could look at opportunities to explore whether there's something there that we might be able to do differently.
Right. So it's not a full, all new sidewalks.
Well, let me put it this way. I don't remember the genesis of who put this on a Padlet per se.
Okay.
But I do know that, do you?
Yeah, Councilman.
Oh, okay, there you go, sorry, It was in June, okay? It's like, I remember last week right now. But I think the more important thing, and Councilmember Burns, if I'm not speaking to what your intent was, please, correct me. But I think from my perspective, it's really about what can we do that makes a meaningful impact, and how can we be strategic about it? Because I think there are some deficiencies. We have great trail system, but we don't always have great access to those trail systems from our neighborhoods and through certain corridors that would perhaps be further enhanced. A great example is when we did the N-line station at 112th, the neighbors didn't want any sidewalks going to the station. And the minute we opened it, people were going, why isn't there a trail going to the station? So we immediately jumped on that and tried and addressed that issue. But I think those are the opportunities that are out there.
Okay. And so we can do a study. I was just reading the widening sidewalks throughout the city. I was like, that's a lot of sidewalks.
That's a very big statement, yeah. I'm trying to help
Okay.
refine the conversation and ideate a little bit here to help maybe
Okay.
make it a little bit more.
Well, and perhaps this comes up in the 2026 budget process, and we end up not having the money to pay for it based on other expenses. I just, knowing that we're gonna have all these other pieces, we had a lot of conversation in the very first section about regional costs that are gonna be coming our way that we have not budgeted for. And that, we just keep adding and adding and adding, and that just makes me nervous.
That's where
So-
we get to have the fun and make it all work for you. So that's hard.
So, okay, so you can leave it. 3.14, I had a question, because this is 2026 for the cabinet wraps. Are they not coming this year?
They are, so that's a timing piece, so, yeah, share more.
Yes, so those are still on schedule. I have not been in the office for the last couple of weeks, so I'm not sure how far they've gotten while I was out.
Okay.
But artwork is complete, and they're working on that installation process as we speak. If I recall correctly, this came up again during this process, during the June brainstorming of should there be more cabinets potentially? Is this something that should extend beyond those that were selected during this current project?
Okay. Can that whole item be moved to 2025?
It could.
Because it doesn't have, I mean, the pieces that we've already set aside money for are done. It just seems like there's a couple things.
We could move the whole item to 2025, and then for update light pole banners, we can put an out year, 2020. We committed to having a discussion about our banner program this year, so we can add clarifying language to 3.15C.
Okay.
The entryway signage program, what I'll do is I'll shift that below light pole banner program, and I'll add clarifying language to that.
And just, editing, it's 3.14C.
Yes, you're correct. Thank you.
Okay, I think the infrastructure pieces, the other pieces about water and wastewater, and those are like big infrastructure concerns. I was trying to wrap my head around 3.18 and 3.23. They seem to kind of be similar, or is that, what is the intent of
3.18?
3.23? The arterial streetscape enhancements. What is that? I have a big question mark. I assumed that it was the arterials like 112, as Councilmember Jaramillo said, and the fence. Right, so I couldn't quite put those two things together.
Yeah, Brooke can share more about the history, but this is an idea that would be to improve the overall aesthetics of our city by enhancing some of our major roadway corridors and the streetscapes along them.
Okay.
We do a good job in certain areas with our streetscape program based on past council direction. The entryway signage program in 3.14 is specific to the 104th and 120th corridor and the on-off ramps, as well as then wayfinding signage throughout the city. That process got started, and I think council heard a presentation, if I recall correctly, last year, or maybe even the year prior, but then that project was put on hold based on other priorities. So the arterial streetscape enhancements would be
Now I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Vegetation.
So is that a
but
typo?
zero-scaped.
We didn't talk about it 10 years ago? We talked about it recently?
We did talk about it 10 years ago. The entryway signage program, we talked about recently, so, but the 10
Okay.
years and 3.23 is accurate.
Huh,
Do you want to?
okay. How did that get elevated again?
It was an idea. I think I'll take ownership. I think I put that on the Padlet.
Okay.
It's a way to enhance community aesthetics. So when you drive through the city, there's corridors that, I've heard comments and, based on the work that Nura is doing, is like, well, can we enhance and improve the way this corridor looks? And when you're traveling throughout the city, doesn't mean it has to stay. It's in the big scheme of things, is it the priority? No, there's a lot of other priorities here. And so this exercise would be bringing back work that's previously been done through a study that council, in essence, put on hold, shelved it, and because no funding was available to move that forward.
Can we combine 3.21 with 3.23 or put them together or put them both in 2028? Because this colorful striping thing does not feel like a priority to me. It seems fun and like it might be an aesthetic piece, like 23. This is reading different than traffic calming, which I remember us having conversations about traffic calming strategies that were painted and colorful, but this reads just fun, which is fine, but.
I think Council Mayor Pro Tem Lukeman Haramasa may want to speak to this because I believe this was your idea that you advanced. I don't think 3.21 and 3.23 are the same. We are going to be revisiting traffic calming, so 3.21 could be removed. I tried to enhance the content on this one on 3.21, which is why there's more fun language.
Oh, okay.
Knowing that, based on staff's feedback, our initial evaluation led us to, there's limitations in terms of what we can do traffic calming related. But things like the brick crosswalks on Community Center Drive, and so that's why we kind of molded it to what it is that you see in front of you.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it actually looks like it belongs maybe even more in Northland image enhancement because, yeah, the traffic calming was separate, sorry. The traffic calming striping, we did have that conversation, so that's a separate thing. This was more of just different communities you go to that have like vibrant areas and streets and stuff like that. I don't think it's a priority, so I feel like it can be a part of Northland image enhancement or even be moved into 2029 to see where we're at that point. So I don't know, it's a priority, but yeah, it's just a way to enhance, I think, visually how the city looks in different areas. Different cities have things like this, and of course there's codes that need to be followed, which I've learned afterwards as well.
Yeah. I think we moved image enhancement to 2025. 3.14.
That's right.
And then, are you okay if we move 21 to 28? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay.
What was that last part again?
3.21 move to 2028.
Yeah. Okay, so we're in a groove, but we're out of time. So I'm gonna ask council, the last three seem to be smaller. And I know personally I have fewer notes. Do you wanna keep going? Or do you wanna pick up the last three in the future?
I vote pick up in the future.
Yeah, I guess I would have to agree. I'm gonna have trouble staying focused.
Okay. Are you okay with that?
Totally okay with that. So I'll remove adoption from next Monday's agenda. I'll find the space of where the second conversation
So
fits.
4,
and-
5, and 6
Correct.
is where we are headed next week.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you for all this feedback.
Well, we're moving and shaking, people. Thank you for staff for sticking it out with us. It's always so helpful to have you in the room so that when we ask our questions, you guys jump right up. So thank you, we appreciate you, and please, please, please drive safe.
Yeah.
Like, no joke, it's snowy and icy.
Hear the
Please, please,
snow
please
shovel
drive safe.
crunching.
Okay. We are adjourned. Thank you, Brandon.